not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion Mayday, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellow Bird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion Mayday, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellow Bird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion Mayday, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellow Bird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all outliers. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all outliers. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all outliers. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, two-time Best in Show and two-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, two-time Best in Show and two-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, two-time Best in Show and two-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the DeBrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the DeBrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the DeBrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all outliers. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off-brand champion Mayday, the dog of the year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all outliers. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off-brand champion Mayday, the dog of the year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird.
What up?
So pull up a
What
seat,
up? What's
and
up?
let's talk dogs.
Appreciate everybody showing up for this Hot Mic Friday. Big shout out to the Shark Tank. Big shout
The
out to all
dog
my
game is
people on the
dying.
back street. Yes,
Let's
sir.
talk about the game
Big shout out
first,
to my man
not the
M1 in the
dogs.
house. What up, fam?
It's the challenge of
My
the
man
wins,
Carolina
the
Blue.
competitive
What up,
addiction,
fam?
the thrill of the
Yo,
win,
yo,
and the
Dreadlock.
rewards
I
of
see you,
achievements.
fam.
Losing only gives you the
My
drive
man,
to come
the
back.
incomparable Mr. Eli.
I learned to watch the
Monsters in
winners.
the house. What
My
up,
motivation
fam?
was there.
Good
My
man.
dedication
Doctors in
was
the house.
evident.
What up,
Now I'm a
fam?
winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating
My
the truth,
homies.
and then it's the
Representing
all outliers.
614 in the
How is this
house.
sharing our achievements
What up,
with
fam?
liars, cheaters, and
My
bullshitters?
man, Mr.
We have
Biggs
lost
in
the
the house.
historical
What
value
up,
of the
fam?
dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the
Melee,
game.
new suspect Kennels
Let's
in the
talk
house.
about pit
What
bulls.
up, fam?
The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends,
My man
and
Royal
ask
Heart in the
questions,
house. What up,
and listen to
fam?
their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected
nephew in the
kennels,
house.
with over
Yeah,
40 years in the
Giddy,
hunt,
Giddy,
going hard
Giddy.
kennels Twin 1 and
What
Twin
up,
2,
fam?
dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first
Big
champion
shout out to
off-brand
the
champion
Snowman.
Mayday,
What
the
up,
dog of the
fam?
year, and Register of
Mr.
Merit.
Jacob Bonner in the
Champion
house.
Pretty
What up,
Mama,
fam?
2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
Count Money Renegade in the house. Welcome to the show, fam. Appreciate the love, fam.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners. My motivation was there. My dedication was evident. Now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake. The lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the DeBrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, two-time Best in Show and two-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit down to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion El Rod, Champion Yellow Bird.
My man, Mr. Burning Star in the house. What up, Bam?
So pull up a seat and let's talk dogs.
Big shout out to my man Skip Bell in the
dog
house.
game is dying.
Again, welcome to the show,
Let's
fam.
talk about the
Trying
game
to
first,
show all the
not
newcomers
the
some
dogs.
love.
It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners. My motivation was there. My dedication was evident. Now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake. The lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present.
Kennels in the house.
Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the DeBrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, two-time Best in Show and two-time Gamest in Show. Going hard's.
What up, you guys? What up, what up, what up? Everybody showing up for this Hot Mic Friday. Get my mic turned around here. Yes, sir. Welcome, everybody. Big shout out to all my people out there on the back street. Y'all don't forget to hit them like buttons. Don't forget to hit them like buttons and hit them subscribe button if you haven't already done so. Again, appreciate everybody for showing up. Hey, look, tonight's going to be one of them crazy kind of shows because, again, we try to represent some of the places we've been and ran into some of the craziest shit, and, in that New York, I got family that live in Lackawanna up there by Buffalo. I got family that live in Rochester. My dad was over there. My mom's family is over in Lackawanna. So we always had a reason to go up in that area, especially when it came to bulldogging, because, we used to always go to Pop's house over in Rochester, set up shop for the weekend, and my dad used to work for Firestone for 40-something years. And he went back to Buffalo. He had a stroke. And he was getting closer to his family. Anybody know them councils up there? They all over the place up there. Most of them, retired coming up out of that Kodak. The Kodak factory was up in there. But Dad would always give us a reason to come up. And he, he didn't really, he was cool with what we was doing. So we used to always slip in, bring the dog in, hang out with him. And he always send us out with some funds, the the bed wet, and would always, we come in 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. Daddy be sitting right there in the chair, talk about y'all win. you know, he was funny like that. He kind of worried about us when we was out, but he was happy to see us when we got back, and he was just a fan. And every time we popped up, he always looked forward to seeing us and come back with them wins. But hanging around that area, you talking about Lackawanna, that Buffalo, Rochester area, there was some lot of good bulldogs up there. A lot of good bulldogs. So we had a lot of good, matches back in the day up in that area. I think actually that was the first match I ever took my wife to. We were dating back then. I just think she ain't known me for about 2 weeks by the time. But yeah, that's where I first took her at. And I guess from that day forward, she fell in love with the shit. But the area was on point. Funny because it was tripped out because in the Rochester area, there was a lot of apartments. So it, different for us seeing how kennels would be set up in basements like, or whole rooms with just kennels all over the place. And I'd be wondering, damn, it's like 10 dogs up in here, man. How do y'all do this? But just like us with yards, they had a yard person, always took them out, fed them, cleaned up and everything. So it was a pretty smooth, operation going on. But the reason I bring that up because that area taught us a lot about bulldogging. And then that area too, I met a lot of famous people. I think it was in New York where I met Pitbull Bramble. I think we met we met my man who owned New York. I can't remember his name, but he was pretty famous in that area. So it was one of them things where you can be starstruck sometimes with some of the people who would actually be at some of the matches. So hanging around them people and going back and forth, you kind of had a shine, in your heart because they always treated you like you was a part of this big ass family. Areas was always, a lot of people, but like a closed in area, like down here in Ohio, we had yards. Everybody had a yard. But up in there, it was a different type of living. So it was kind of like everybody wall to wall, and bad enough. The crazy part is all them cars and, people hanging out, and just like, it was like almost a norm. Like nobody, it didn't like, it just stuck out. So I guess it was just like something there people, the neighborhoods was kind of like used to because they was bulldogging. Trust me, they was bulldogging. But we had a lot of respect for them guys up there because they was always, first of all, opening their doors, inviting us in. And then regardless of what was going down, we were always invited. That's one of them things where I was like, that's a group of people, that's an area in itself, just that area. That's why, PA and Jersey, we'll get to them, but we just making our runs around. But, that New York area is, and that Canada area was an area in itself. And how we got into the Canada scene when we were doing shows back then. And our sponsor for one of the shows we do in Toronto was the people who own British Knight, the tennis shoe. So we wound up like 100 pairs of British Knights that we was, end up having, we were giving it away and doing this showcase. And it was funny because a lot of the bulldoggers, in the Canada area, once we got outside of the show thing, you ran into people, and then some of the people kind of like knew you, and then before you know it, we was in the Canada scene, bulldogging. So I always remembered that because I would see some of the same places if we was in Rochester. I see some of the same faces if we was in Buffalo. And whether we at a house party or a concert, they would always, you know, I would run into somebody and show up, and they would rather be like, "Twin, give me some tickets. Get me some tickets. I heard y'all doing the show here. Get me some tickets." Or after the after party, show after party, we would hang out. Yeah, I'm talking about. You guys remember UTFO? You know, they was real into the dogs with us too, because even though I think we had took them to uh, their second time ever seeing one, and we did a show up there, and they wound up coming with us, and then we ended up doing an after party with them. But it was something that I never forgot, because here, big time rap group, we all out here hanging out, just tripping. Used to have that kind of fun, but they was intrigued by it, so they wanted to go, and we ended up taking them. They had been to one before, but they was with somebody else, and they knew that we was in town, and said, called them, heard y'all was in, I want to go, and boom, we was there. I think Dr. Ice, he was like us, short, small type dude, but when me and Mo and him was together, they thought all three of us was triplets, because we hung out pretty much all the time while we were there. But that was one of them things where I'd be like, you know what? For some of you young guys that haven't experienced some of the things that we did, but got to remember we were young around that time period. Young but having fun. But in that same process, each part of the country and the places that we went, everybody did things different. But the quality of the dog was always, you know, up front. You couldn't say that area had bullshit dogs. And that's why we're going to talk about them, because, I don't hear too many people talk about how competitive that part of the country really was. And the thing was, we're talking about an area that Canada, Buffalo, New York, they did a whole lot of matching up, a whole lot. But then that's why I say, legends make legends, because a lot of those guys had some of the great mentors. Like, I don't know if y'all knew, but Jero, he was the mentor to Frank Rocker, for those who didn't know that. So, and then a lot of the guys like the Bishop brothers, they mentor Andre Jero. And a lot of the dogs that Andre really wasn't one who just got in the bloodlines. He was basically, he just had an eye for dogs. And being he stayed in an apartment too, he gave up a lot of his, the Bishop brothers he got a lot of his dogs too. That part I did, I know, because they would always talk about it. And they matched the shit out of dogs too. But they had some damn good dogs. I'm gonna let Mo get into some of the other fellas like LaFons, some of the other guys that we knew real well. But to keep in mind that these guys with no yards, they called hard. So when you was limited with space, they were very particular about what they actually had to maintain. I mean, very, when you scrapping for space, you ain't gonna tie up no space with no bullshit. And that's something I notice about them, because they always had some damn good dogs. And always looked at that like, man, they go through a lot of damn dogs. And it seemed like they did, because almost every other weekend there was something going down. And some of our best friends like even some of Mike KP did a lot of breeding with a lot of those guys up there in that area. And them guys got a lot of dogs also. So I just always looked at that area as, you know, one that we kept close to right here because we had a chance to be around all of them people that you might see in the book. And here we out here hanging out with them. With always, you never really know just how famous them people become until years later because they were just normal people back then. It was just bulldogging. Now, who would have known that you would have known, you know, Frank Rocker is writing stories and becomes the great Frank Rocker? Or the crazy Canadian Andre Jero would be the great Andre Jero. You know, and that's an old man back then. Still hotter than a firecracker. Motherfucker had an attitude all the time. He didn't have no problem doing dogs. And he had some good dogs, and he led a lot of them good dogs and put them in the right people's hands. So I always looked at that as, you know, he wasn't one. We see his name in a lot of damn papers behind a lot of great dogs. But think about it, fellas. The man lived in an apartment. So think about all them names, all them dogs, you know, the times you see him in the damn pedigree. And, you know, he was not really stuck to a particular breeding, but the man, he knew how to breed dogs. And history's going to prove that because we're going to go over some of them great dogs. But then he also let some great dogs get away. You know, but I can understand how that happened because, again, that mind frame of you dealing with space and, you know, if something didn't tickle your fancy, you know, it was gone. And then you see some of his dogs actually went on and became some famous ass dogs. So that's, you know, a story within itself. But to keep it, you know, more realistic, it don't take a lot to become famous dealing with dogs. You know, I don't know if we didn't really look at them as famous people back then the way you look at them now. See, time changes. I guess the further you get in age and time moves forward, you know, it's just amazing how the respect level and the amount of work that was put in that time period wasn't never really appreciated until maybe 10, 15, 20 years later. See, this is why we talk about it because this is journey how it all happens. For that single moment, you're just a regular dog. But because of what happens over time, people appreciate your work based on what you did. You know what I'm saying? So that's just a quick, deep look into the past and how time really works. You know, what you might seem like nothing but small to you while you living in the moment, all that changes over time. That when people look back at your work and something that you can talk about in the future, you never really see that coming when you're living in the moment compared to when you time goes and you look back and be like, damn, I was there for that, or I seen that. You know, it's just a whole different kind of feel. So as we talk about these bulldogs and our history, because you know what we talk about over here, it's about the history and the great men who made up that history. They don't know, you know, they wasn't trying to be great. I don't think none of them that I ever met were actually trying to be something that you know you would see their names in a book somewhere or be a household name like in the future. You just didn't see it coming. But when you bulldogging, doing the things that we was doing, that was that wound up being a result. And that's why we talk about it, because those are the people that was in our time that had a big influence that you kind of be like, can't never let nobody forget them either. Because we talk about them, I see them in everybody's papers, but do you know the story behind them? Or some of the things that they've done? You know, some of them have done some crazy shit. I mean, I think Andre ended up shooting a man for stealing his dog. He didn't go to jail. Don't that sound? I think who was that? Maurice Carver who did that. Shot that dude, went to jail, and beat the case. Who was that? I, and I called Cruz. It was somebody else. I think I read the story. I think it was Maurice Carver. Maurice Carver. But you know what I'm saying? Crazy shit like that. My boys, the Bishops, owned a whole damn street. I mean, literally a whole entire street in Buffalo. And you know, for us to just be up in that area and be like thinking it's crazy, you know, they down there got a pitch set up right there in the front yard. And we out here rolling dogs and thinking like, man, they don't care, or they got something going on. But right there on the street, front yard, pit, everything set up, and they was just getting it in. So those things like that, they, you know, it sound crazy, but back in them days, any and everything was possible. And maybe that's what made it so fun, because we could travel and see and, you know, relate with different people and how they thought and their way of doing dogs. Everybody was different in their own way, but everybody was competitive. You know, you think about Buffalo right here, I think, and then Rochester right there, and Canada just right over the bridge. And look, and they didn't have no shame in their game. And they didn't have no problems traveling either. But if you really wanted to find out what you had up north, that's where you went. You really wanted to see if you really had a bulldog, that's where you went. And again, I said I take my hat off to them, you know, and it's just one of them things that you guys got to be able to put yourself back in that time period and look at their situation. You might have your big yard and you got space. But imagine them ones who had apartments and they got their crates in a bedroom or in a basement somewhere. And so they limited to the kind of bulldogs they got to worry about feeding, cleaning up behind due to the lack of space. And they made it work. Seen some of the baddest dogs you ever want to see come up out them little damn, them little cuddy holes, boy. Seen some great fights up in there too. Some great ones. So that's to give you a quick insight of, it's not a matter of how much yards you got and how many dogs you got. It's all about the dog. The quality of the dog, it was, I just believe that's what made people become legends due to their animals, their dogs. If their dogs wasn't shit, then I don't think we would be talking about them. And I'm just a true believer in that. When you know them back then, it was almost like they were normal ass dogmen, but they had some badass shit. Talk shit, but showed you a good time. I mean, little cutty holes. I'm talking about we was in some spots that was so tight, but they would feed us. We'd be smoking, drinking, a lot of talking, a lot of conversating, just a fun, big ass event. And then, boom, 5, 6 shows in one night in a basement. I mean, we go in and come out, it'd be morning. You know what I'm saying? But it was fun. And I know, times have changed. So I don't know how some of y'all take this, but we don't live in the now. We lived in the past. So I don't want people to be taking what we did in the past and, turn your nose up at it like, because y'all have to deal with the situations y'all have to deal with in the now, so y'all have to find a better way. But just imagine, like in our time, we didn't have the problems that y'all had. There's not a moment in history, whether it was through liquor, remember, at one time, there was bootlegging liquor. It was illegal to have liquor, but you still had clubs underground serving it. Yeah. And then look what time did. Time came right in and made it legal. Same thing with cocaine. Cocaine used to be sold at drugstores. So was LSD, if I remember. China changed. Look what happened. Became an illegal substance. It's just little things like even the dog fight. Man, we say this, I don't know if it might be new to some of y'all, but they used to have whole dog fights in the Madison Square Garden. The great Madison Square Garden. Think about seeing the dog fight up on the big marquee. You know what I mean? Imagine what that was like in that New York area. Big time. I mean, I guess that's like the Mecca when you make it to that one right there. Big time event. And everybody in their shirt and ties. To me, that's bulldogging. That's bulldogging. And that's what, try to bring back to where you can't forget about the past because you're forced to do something in the now. The thing is, can you take the now and make it something that you can talk about 20 years from now? Because we can still talk about them 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 years in the past. We can still talk about Tudor and Kobe and Leitner, Maurice Carver, David Tant, Ed Crenshaw. I mean, y'all know the line. You know the lineup. Look how many years back that is. Then you come swooping through with a whole new crew. That whole new group that at some point you might still be talking about them, but there's going to be another lineup. And understanding that, because that's the law of nature. And then you got to be able to use that to get in and fit in. Because that's how we look at it. By informing you of the past. Talk about it. Because remember, it was there before we got there. We just became a part of it. And I truly believe it's going to be there long after I'm gone. It's just what is it going to look like? That's why I'm so down to anything positive that people do. Anything that you're willing to throw out there that's new to it, to bring a new light on this, to say that, to save the breed itself, put it in a better light to the public, I'm all for it. What I ain't all for is don't talk shit about what, the past looked like. I don't like hearing that kind of shit. Because if you had been living in that time period, you know what I mean? And that's an area that most of y'all dogs is coming from. Where would you have fit in? Would you be one of them that we would be talking about 20, 30 years later? Would you have a chance to make a mark on what these men have done in those time periods? And you think that I can sit back and watch people shit on that? No, because you haven't created anything moving forward. You are like a baby crawling, trying to make something change. And that's the only, like babies. Babies start out crawling, but eventually they going to get up and take that first step. Again, that's the law of nature. But everybody is not going to be great. Because not everybody was great in our time. And the ones y'all probably never hear of, we talk about because in our times, they was that deal. And when we pull up their pedigrees and we talk about these people, we got receipts to show you they was moving shit. Some of y'all gonna see them dogs in your pedigrees. Don't be for us doing that. Would it always still be the same names? The Crenshaws, the Boudreaux, the Tants, the Edwards, the Edwards, the Kimsey Woods. All these things here, we got a chance to watch these things change, man. To all the great guys that came in that era who created them great dogs like Southern Kennels, Stone City Kennels, Super Kennels, many more. STP. Come on, man. That's a whole new lineup of new faces that came in to help change the way things looked for that time period. And you think that's going to stop? It's not going to stop. It's just a matter of what is it going to look like? What is it going to be? See, I ain't trying to be a fortune teller. But what I am trying to be is someone that says, hey, one thing we all had in common through all the changes that we've experienced over time when it came to these bulldogs is the bulldog itself is the reason why we talk about people. Keep that in mind. The bulldogs are the reason we talk about the people. So moving forward, you think that's supposed to change? I don't think so. Game might change in whatever direction it comes in, but I guarantee you're not going to be able to do it without the dogs. And it's going to always boil down to the quality of the dog. So quality, look quality. All depends, I ain't getting into that because again, like I say, bulldogs is bulldogs. They don't know, they bred to do what they do. And hey, y'all ain't gonna be able to change that. That's never gonna change. When that changes, it's gonna be called something else. Because that's what's one trait that I don't know how long it takes to breed that out of them. And they've been doing it for many, many, many years. And that trait still hangs around. So I don't understand it, but they still, dogs is still dogs. American Pit Bull Terriers, I always said they ain't gonna never go nowhere because God created that dog. God created that dog just like he did the lions and everything else, but he made that dog better than he did the lions because with everybody else fight for survival, You know, they get their little squabs on, you know what I'm saying? And then all of a sudden they run, all animals, they get their squabs on. But it don't always necessarily leave them to do the kill. You know, you can get wounded or something. You know, all depends on who's doing the scrapping. But you either fighting something in nature to survive as a survival mode, or you protecting something for the purpose of survival. Bulldogs, American Pit Bull Terriers, man, they like Spartans. They just born to rule, to fight, for dominancy. Don't have to train them to do that. Don't have to make them do that. The right ones, it's just in them to do that. So let that be the law of nature. And just make it work for whatever y'all doing toward the future. But like I said, don't forget about the past. Don't forget about the purpose of why the American Pit Bull Terrier is considered one of the baddest animals on four legs walk the face of this earth. They are all that and some. And just be grateful that you got one and you an enthusiasm to have it, you know, carries you to actually maybe one day be a part of that change. Respect the dog for the breed, for what it is. You know, make it work for the future, however you do it. But whatever you do, don't get away from the quality of what makes these dogs what they are. That's all I'm saying. Because a competitive bulldog, it'll run up a wall to get that little toy. Competitive bulldog will drag 100 pounds across 50 yards to get whatever he's going after because it's in him to do. He's bred to be that monster. And guess what? They didn't just get like that. They've been like that. So I don't expect that to change. But to all my bulldoggers out there, while we talking about them, you know what I'm saying? Don't forget about your history. Don't forget about the old dog man. Because one damn thing for sure, if they wasn't shit, and their dogs wasn't shit, we wouldn't be talking about them. Now, what that gonna look like 20 years from now? Are we gonna be able to say the same thing 20 years from now? Because I might not be around to see another 20 years, so I wouldn't know. But that's a damn good question. It's a damn good question. Ben, I'm not gonna sit here and try to look into the future based on the way things are. I'm gonna take it like what I've seen in the past. It was legal back then, probably gonna be illegal in the next 20 years from now. But it would just be funny that like liquor, marijuana, or the basement fight club, maybe one day they have a governing body that actually come back to the top. That's wishful thinking though, man. That's just wishful thinking. But again, it's something to think about. No, that's just my editorial for today. But let me get y'all, let's go and get on down and get into this show right quick. Mo, you want to take this over, man? Hey, but appreciate y'all showing up tonight and all that. I'll be checking out anything and everything in the chat. You know, again, this is that Hot Mic Friday, so we just gonna be shooting the shit, you know, and taking things to a new level as far as my New York Canadian family up there. This is for y'all. What up, everybody? Yeah. Hat right. What's up, everybody? Thank y'all for coming out on this Friday. My editorial would be like, I'd be like, go ahead and tell her, money. I'd be like, man, look. It started making dog fighting a misdemeanor when they came to the conclusion in 1976 we're gonna come over with a dog fighting law. We're gonna start stopping this shit. And that's what they went for. I know when I got in the game it was illegal. No. Legal in 1992. And guess what? We still talking about dogs from back then. Legal as shit. It even got a little stiffer. Turned into a felony. We still talking about the dog. That's all I'm saying. We go back 20 years because it's 20 years too far to even talk about prosecuting anything that, you know, we don't know when or where. And it's past that time. Man, that's why we hang around back there. But just keep in mind, it was illegal then. I can tell you, I can almost say 50, about 50%, might be higher. Could be 60%. 60% of active dog men went to jail at some point in time or had animal control hit your yard. I'd say about 60%. 60%. Most of all the great ones, the ones when they, you know, went into that systematic mode, and code in the book, not waiting on you, not going in the book and picking out people and saying, this is you. It wasn't about the book. I keep trying to let everybody know. It never was about the book. They got the whole history of a sporting dog journal, damn sure. I went 2004. I know that for a fact. What they got out of Jack's house and what they got out of a man crib up there, you know, they had everything. So they got all the shows and everything else. I know that for a fact because they did it to me when I went to court. You know, they had everything I ever did in the journal. But it wasn't nothing they could prosecute me on. So I can understand why 1976 it became illegal to fight dogs. But in 1980, I came in, 81 when I came in, met Paul. 81 all the way up to 2004 when I got out, it was illegal. And look at all the things that I was able to do between 81 and 2004. Still illegal. And not only that, the experience to being around so many great dogs and seeing so many great dogs, you know what I'm saying? Still, the whole thing was illegal. But what good would this podcast be? Like, if anybody want to talk about pit bulls, let me see you try to run a podcast about pit bulls without picking up a dog fighting pedigree. Let's see how fun that shit would be. You know what I'm saying? Let's run up a couple walls and do a couple treadmill shows, and and y'all try to build the game off of those dogs. Let's make some great dogs out that tree runner. Let's make some great dogs off that treadmiller. Let's make some great dogs off that weight pro. Let's see if we can get the same kind of thrill, the same type of history that from 81 when I came in, 2004 that I stepped out, and tell me it's the same damn thing. I'm banking on the shit that was going on in 81 to 2004. I'm expecting the same old shit going on from 2004 to 2024. I don't know. I mean, I just don't see where the change was then or where the change is now. I think the only thing about the change now is there's no record keeping. So I can just imagine what kind of shit y'all gonna be talking about. I see a lot of it now. You know? So the basement is like, it's like a damn scary movie. You know, it's in the dungeon, deep. Get down there, you see people you don't even know. You know, everybody upstairs got more sense than the people downstairs, to me. The people downstairs say we don't need no history book. I don't give a damn about that shit. They gonna get their shit off regardless. Under the same pretenses that I walked in 1981. Same pretense. They doing it to this day. It won't stop. Even though it is illegal. It's just the history is gone. The only way you'll be able to catch on to that part of history is people in certain areas that's in that life start showing that life. You might have a generation here or there where you had them possibilities of those great ones showing up. But even still, with the numbers cutting totally in half, I would have to say 2/3 of the game has been depleted. I don't think you're gonna have all that. Those new names like there was from 81 to 2004 that I saw. You know, because we have records. People that don't be in those records always be the first ones to sit there and say, "Oh, shit don't mean shit anyway." But guess what? That's because your name is nowhere in there. I would expect you to say that because you're not in there. We can't go and grab a book and say this and that. But then the next thing you'll say, well, half that shit was fake anyway. I'll tell you. Like I tell anybody else. The only reason you feel like that because you ain't in there. All these great kennels that we talk about, all of them in there, and you got the nerve to sit back and say that. Bet you got some of the same shit in your pedigree. How you know about that shit? Thank God for the record keeping. Because every one of these damn dogs we talking about at one point in time, even the ones that even after they stopped recording, there was dogs still stuck in them great pedigrees off of these dogs that they can still go in there and pick and say, this was off of this one. That's the only ones that's still making it. The ones that's coming off the great bloodlines that's probably rocking right now with all these great dogs in them,
And they steal dogs from the book. If you ain't in this book, guess what? You look at this pedigree and start going back, you're going to run right into the shit. And this is why this dog is the way it is, just genetically speaking. Because that's how it usually works. We see these pedigrees all the time. That's how it works. So, can't say never. No. I laughed at Mike when he was, when he jumps on that fence and puts that good guy hat on and all that. Y'all gotta excuse me. Cause I don't feel like that. I don't not nobody in their lane. I'm not nobody in their lane because they're safe in that lane. I ain't sweating nobody in that lane is safe. But the game wasn't built on being safe. Sure what? The game was built on competition. That's it. Competition. That's what built this game. Compete. Okay? But I don't knock anybody to do the right thing. But I tripped on you when you try to make our thing the wrong thing. That's because you ain't in there. I'm just going to keep on saying it. And I don't care if you don't like it or not because you ain't in there. It's like somebody, use steroids. Well, you don't know a damn thing about steroids. Have you even matched the damn dog to even discuss steroids with me? Shut the hell up. Got a yard full of dogs, they ain't matched shit, but you holler, use steroids. And did shit with a dog to do some steroids. When you hear 90% of the great kennels sit there and say they use them, damn near every goddamn great kennel out there that knew how to use them, you got in your bloodline. So when y'all come out that sucker shit, that's what it is, sucker shit, because you ain't in there. It's your excuse for not being there. It's what you want to fire back at, but I'm going to keep on reminding you. I ain't going to let you fire that shit at me. I'm going to be keeping it, making it clear. Because you ain't in there, because you don't use them, because you ain't got shit to use them with. Tell me why we even be discussing steroids with you. Have you ever matched a dog? So why is we discussing steroids? Like I said, most people like on steroids, they don't know how to use them any damn way. So they gotta make themselves sound like they make sense. Oh, use them. And then for those who listen enough, they figure out, hey, it messes up your dog's breathing. But you ain't got shit that you have to worry about steroids anyway. If you was a real dog, man, that would not even be an issue. Just like the guys who try to make it a point because they ain't in the book. They ain't had to be in it, but that's why nobody knows you, and we don't see none of your shit talking about no historical anything. But you want to jump on that bandwagon and want everybody to look at you like we look at them. It's not gonna happen. So don't get mad. Don't get upset on what's true. This falls in the same category as the people who wants to whine and shit about steroids. You whine and shit about not being in the journal, not caring about the journal. You whine now talking about you don't have no internet, you have to be, but you want everybody out here being internet famous. Earl Tudors, Don Mayfield, throwing your pedigrees. I think that's what's built the game. That's what the game is built on. Y'all know I'm real. I'm gonna keep it real. And I ain't gonna never back down from that. Better put a disclaimer up right quick.
We finna go in.
I ain't listening to none of the shit. Y'all be like, Twin just don't. I don't. No. No, you're not gonna give me another Jeep running up a goddamn wall. I don't give a damn what y'all say. You ain't gonna give me another motherfucking buck running down treadmill. I don't care what y'all say. Did y'all take them very same dogs, yellow and all of them, and talk about us old folks like we ain't shit all of a sudden now. But every time I turn around while y'all want to run around and jump up on a tree or a treadmill, you're sitting up there flashing your goddamn dogs that's got dog fighting great dogs in your pedigree and you ragging on the shit. Riding it like it's the damn Cadillac. Without it, what would we look at your dogs for? You have that pointed, you got that. That's why you guys be running out here breeding this shit up and then putting these damn competition hats on and shit, and hopefully you can get your lies off. But it's this, or if you're doing the right thing with them, you know what I'm saying? But if the right thing, you shouldn't need the dog fighting background and just go on the fact of what your dog does. You shouldn't have to go pulling up a pedigree full of damn fighting dogs. Great was at that, if it didn't fucking matter. It's like some mixed up children who don't want to accept the truth of what their mom and daddy told them. You're a spoiled little brat. You don't even want to hear it when your parents is telling you. Here I am a dog, man. I'm telling you I'm not going to bend the rod. And a lot of you guys can't accept that shit. Go ahead, Mike. Like you're trying to say something.
No, this channel in no way, shape, or form condone, support, nor participate in any illegal state, local, or federal laws that violate the Animal Welfare Act of 1979. This channel is strictly for historical, fictional, educational, and entertainment purposes only.
Okay, so we know when we get over here, we going back 20 years, and we taking your dogs, your breaking sticks, anything you need to take with you, and we're going to go back, starting at the minimum 20 years back. So that means we can go back 50 years. Okay? That's where we start at. So when I talk like I talk, I'm taking you guys back through a time capsule back in there, and I want you to get off that bus, get on that line, and then put yourself in our world. So when you get back on the bus and go back into your world, you got something to go back to. And, you know, like I said, you look over your yard one day, like a Saturday after losing, and this is for the backstreet comers, you know, when you're feeling them, I can't get the right shit. You know, maybe not be the right shit. Maybe it's just the right shit you're doing. You know, imagine that. I mean, y'all can really come back in my time and bring your yard back here and tell me it can compete. Even though up in your time, you running up trees. But no, take that same old shit and come back here in my time and let's talk about that shit. You're gonna be mad. You're gonna automatically know you ain't fitting it. You don't fit. But take your imagination and try. Because, I mean, I wouldn't expect it to fit. But it feels a little embarrassing, and that's probably why you guys get mad at me, because I kind of point those things out to you guys. You know? I'm still standing here a dog fighter. What did you stand here being? Imagine that. Okay, so you imagine you being median. Now let's talk about your shit. You know? Can't talk about shaking the rag or the tree branch or the way you barking at the end of that chain. Ain't gonna be a whole bunch of that shit. You're gonna be wondering about, how am I gonna get out and put my dog down? You wasn't putting it down up there, now you back here. I know you ain't gonna be wanting to take no chance. But feel the freedom of this, imagine your dog and see what he can do to, you know, just think. Could he really compete? You know what I'm saying? Without looking at your pedigree, you can really look at your dog and know that. I mean, do you know how many people in your time right now, all this Facebook and everybody got this, you know, I don't call it DOGMEN ego, because, you know, that's a real disease in the real game. I'm talking about this shit that's outside of that, because there's nothing going on down there that we already know. We talking about the ego shit that's going on around here, all upstairs in the light for everybody to see. Everybody runs to chaos. Everybody runs the drama. Everybody want to run to see people talk about each other. But then at the same time, I'm hearing everybody say, ain't no, I'm doing shit, but y'all the ones feeding it. Can't feed it. It'll stop. Don't feed it, but it's views. Like content. Don't get mad when I stay strong. I stay strong. I'm gonna stay strong. Continue getting mad at me. Cause I'm gonna stick to the game. That's the whole purpose of bringing you back here in my time. I don't have to adjust to your shit. You back here in my time. Cause if I do any adjusting to your shit up there, I'm gonna be breaking the law under that 20-year mark. It's gonna be a problem. I'm coming in like I'm coming in with y'all. You're gonna be a whole bunch of people getting called out. You be hearing guys coming out the basement like zombies, snatching all y'all down into the sewer. How do y'all gonna be running down that motherfucker screaming and hollering? They was to come upstairs and start running through the internet, calling all y'all asses out. Be a whole bunch of quiet ass people around here. Get off that typewriter and bring that shit in 8 weeks. And let's see how many people answer them kind of calls. You know what I'm saying? I mean, just bring up the X squad. They coming from, like zombies out of the ground. And just invade, calling out everybody. IP addresses way out there in China, Israel and shit. Just calling people out. Just ragging y'all ass. Dare you motherfuckers come down that basement. I dare you. How many of you guys gonna take that? How many of you gonna take that? How many of y'all gonna continue talking shit and not just grab your shit and going down in there? That's the fun thing about imagining. Imagine somebody literally coming at your ass and really want to check and see what you really got. You can't talk your shit out of this one. Now you have to show me some shit. See, that's the kind of feeling I want to put into you guys when y'all come back here with me. Imagine we are those zombies. Y'all so quick to get rid of us, but y'all dogs can't fit our world. You want to make a whole new adjustment to a new standard, because your standard will never stand up to our shit. Because it's not doing the same processes that we was doing back then. And there's no need to get mad about it. Times change. But don't be so quick to talk about us when we can sit there and look at y'all and be like, yeah, I can't believe this motherfucker acting like, we ain't shit. All these great dogs, man, that came through here and you acting like, why is we talking about your shit anyway? And the only reason we got into the conversation, because your shit, you want to put down our shit, but but look at your shit. Let's take a good look at your shit. And that's what I be saying when I hear people talking about the old school. Old school was built on another old school before my old school built the shit to set us up for becoming the old school that we was. And we set up the old school for the people ahead of us that went and carried this shit on. You know what I'm saying? It came from the old school. So when it get all the way back up there to y'all time, and y'all become the old school, what kind of old school we gonna have? But back in my time, feel the heat. My time, we bringing fire. We is blazing on your yard. It would be like people the way they talk upstairs, boy. Y'all be downstairs talking. You might not have a yard in 6 months. You either gonna be in it or you gonna be out. That's how quick it'll go. People start making them kind of phone calls. Like that one movie, the dude knock on the door with the black box, give you till 24 hours, push the button. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna be getting them knocks. You gonna hate to hear that knock. You just said something on the internet and somebody done caught wind of that shit. Yeah, here come that knock. You ain't only want to answer the door. You're gonna be peeping through the blind. Who was that? You know, you're gonna see that kennel back there in the trunk, or that bulldog sticking the head out the window and shit. What's up? Then go and open that damn door. All that shit you was talking, brother, get that door open, bro. You know, everybody in the hood was sitting there watching you pee. They heard you. They heard you. That's all I'm saying, man. Y'all don't want the zombies to come out the ground. Don't leave them zombies alone. Leave them zombies alone, because you do not want them to come out the ground. Because we have a lot to come out the ground and do. You know, pressure would be hard. Okay. Now we done got off on that. I just had to say my little editorial, you know. And that be really for the Backstreet fellas, because I know they be just wanting to hear that part. Yeah, you tell them, twin, because you know damn well there wouldn't be a whole bunch of this bullshit. There wouldn't be a whole bunch of this bullshit. They can't find a good place to settle down and chill. They said they might have to start, you know what I'm saying? Start checking dogs on Showtime. You know, y'all gave them something to do. Let the game cool off a little something. Used to talk good talk. The upstairs could be for anybody. You don't have to be a great dog man to be upstairs. I mean, that's what I'm tripping on. Just leave the great dog men alone. You know, when we get into it with guys who's running in our time and shit, like, you know, Fat Bill, he's still a great dog man to me. It's just that, you know, hey, I don't know about what we disagreed about, but man, we just two different people. I'm still admiring when it comes to the dog game of it, but when it comes to, you know, no. You didn't like me putting up that your dogs was getting their ass kicked. Those 6, 7-time winners, you took that shit to heart. You don't want me running around there, Blurro! I mean, I ain't never do that shit. I'm just saying. Literally got mad because of that. Bet you can't pick up the phone and call Tom and say, you know the twins? And he tell you he didn't. I bet you can call B. Hines and ask him if he know the twins. And I bet you he ain't gonna tell you he don't. So, I mean, and can't say I was lying. There's no need for him to ever got mad at me unless he was like, he's one of those too. He's always going to be a great dog. Man, he got great dogs. He's in a lot of pedigrees. But what they're not used to is a person like me. I'd have been just like Tom and anybody else. You don't like what I'm saying, fall back then. You know where to fall back to. And I'll see that shit you better behave. Because those types back in our time, you in my time. That ass whooping will continue. Give a damn what you got. Don't scare nobody. But that's not like talking about him, but that's just how the game went. You know? Back then, he was doing dogs. And he didn't like what I said. He'd be back there trying to find something, scrap up something. You need to find a couple more of them multi-winners because they seem like they're the best ones to whoop your ass. You lose with them. They grab another 7-time winner or 6-time winner or 1 5-time winner. You know what I'm saying? Come get me with one of them. Not being mean, but it wouldn't have been as bad as it was when he took the shit personal. He would have went back there and grabbed one of them motherfuckers and we would have went and tried it and I probably hopefully would have got lucky like Tom and the people I spoke on. Never was meant to disrespect him, man. I had no reason to disrespect him. I just told everybody the truth. That's all. He's one 7-time and 8-time winner to beat him. That's all I said. But he had great dogs. And I hated it came down to that, but I mean, a lot of that shit is what goes on today. You know, that's what's killing us today. That's what's making everything fucked up. You know, you got guys who was part of the past that, you know, put down the journal, like the journal wasn't shit. Again, because you weren't in it. But what are we supposed to do when it comes to you want to be, you know, you want your accolades, but where's your line? You know, it's almost like, you know, a dog that quit. You can't ask a person next year, what was that dog you lost with? He probably don't even know the damn dog name. But to me, that's the same thing about somebody who used to do dogs. And when we go to check your shit outside of your story, you know, it's like that dog that lost. You can't remember no name. Oh, I shouldn't say it like that. But it's, I mean, what nicer way to say it? I mean, I can't say putting us down. And I speak for all of us. I'm not just speaking for myself. Because I hear it coming from so many places. You know. You got people out there that we know there. Might nothing miss everything else on his yard, but one thing for damn sure, we know he was there. Y'all ain't even got that kind of proof. Jero always surround everybody, you know what I'm saying? And he's strong man. We know we can go find Jero. Everything after that, you know, his word is in stone. You know, we fall back. He don't give himself enough respect. I do. But that's the closest thing to somebody that I can sit there and say that talk any kind of way he want, and it really ain't got to verify much because he got a lot of old school people to back him up. Anyway, he ain't got to open his mouth. And you see what I see. He had more than what was in the journal, that's for damn sure. He had a hell of a lot more story to tell outside the journal, so why we got to stay fuck the journal and don't even know Jero if he wasn't in there? He'd be just like y'all telling us the stories we don't know. His verification comes enough with the people he can walk through the door with. People that we know from the journal. Great people from the journal. So when I say this to you guys, you know, let's keep the podcast fun. Me, I'm a dog fighter, so I'm trying to keep my shit fun. I'm trying to stick right to the point. I ain't got no other points to make but that point. Let's stick to the dog fight. I don't want to hear nobody else talking, putting a dog fighter down. You don't give the losers enough respect, you know what I mean? All losers are bums, you know, and we're hearing a lot of this shit coming from a bunch of people who ain't never done shit. Could have been shit, would have been shit, those kind of people. And it's not being cool. So I'm going to stand up because I'm one of them dog fighters, old ones. It's got a podcast. And try to stay on key with mine because I don't have nothing else to talk about. Nothing else to talk about. So I guess I'll figure that out, you know, and try to put that in there so the guys can come here and be more open. Y'all tried to make me seem like I'm a mean person because I ain't talking no dogs. You know, having to go back in there and grabbing up the pedigrees and let me hear about some of y'all experiences and where's y'all keeps at? Where's some of the knowledge at? I mean, even, you know, it's wise for the ones who want to sit back because they got all the experience. It's wise for them to keep quiet because, you know, they always say, man, all these fake ass people, man, make me not even want to open my mouth. I just sit back and listen and laugh. Well, that's not cool. That's why shit is running around here like a forest fire. We ain't talking enough. I don't mind what everybody else doing. Mine is, you're not going to hear me talking about a bunch of shit but dog fighting shit. Dog fighting shit. And I'm going to keep on going back, pulling up some of these old ass people. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to still continue to bless those who lost, because without that loss, we don't get to win. And then that what we talk about most of the time is the dogs that are relevant with the wins. Even those become under question and under fire and all that shit, is still better than trying to do it. Whether you took the easy way out, the hard way out, the competitive way, the short way, but still you did something that most guys won't even do anyway. They can't even fake the walk. Even if we would have said, hey, you faked your shit, you know. Not saying that you didn't do it, saying you found an easy way to do it. The only people that can sit there and say that to another person who's done it is a person who literally done it too. Not somebody standing on the damn sideline running their mouth because they heard somebody whisper the shit, or they got something to throw rocks at them and shit like that. That's just, you're taking away from the dog fighting part of it, man. Get back into that shit where the shit is made to be real. 20 years ago and further back, I mean, we used to fight dogs. And while we were fighting dogs, these are the great dogs that we ran across. And I was all up in New York in the Canadian line. Andre Jero. I remember Captain America. I remember guys like LaFons. I remember Cemetery Rest, Obiorio's Cemetery Rest. I remember Arsenal. I remember Sean B. You know, I even remember Randy B with Slammer, you know. I seen both of Ninja's matches. Old boy from Rochester, I thought he was a champion. Well, I know he beat a champion for number 2. He beat a 3-time winner. I thought he was champion. Dog named Ninja. And they got some good dogs out there. You know, we always say that, you know, places like Detroit, you know, that New Jersey, New York area, and, you know, them boys is rough. That Maryland, DMV, you know, them boys is rough. But we hardly ever get up there on that top end. Yeah, old Snipe was up that way. Snipe was like almost Jersey, because Snipe was hunting everybody in the Jersey. But yeah, there was some good dogs over there. They had some good dogs up there. Bishops was pretty good with their dogs. I mean, anytime you got dogs, no, look, this is what I think. Them guys up there that kept dogs in their basements, man, and kept them in those crates. Have you ever kept one dog in a crate? Do you know how hard it is to take care of a dog in a crate? Not out on the chain where he can just shit when he want to. You just wake it up tomorrow morning. You got a Marcus in the crate with another dog on top of his head. Another dog right there by his side. You know, that takes a lot. But I'm going to tell you what, though. I'm going to tell you why they dogs were so good, though. It's because when you short on space, your standards go real high. It's a different standard when you got a whole yard to spread out a bunch of shit and you just try to keep it. But when you ain't got a whole bunch of yard and you ain't trying to keep it all, then you get real picky about what you got to go do some bullshit about. And I think that's why they dogs were so good. They had some good dogs. I remember when New York came out of finally when they stepped out and started coming down through Ohio and Detroit, then they started making it across the country. They came across the country with some good dogs. I mean, Andre Jero and you know, shit, next to STP, back then he was dangerous. They was on some shit. Captain America was on some shit. The Captain. I didn't pull it up on my phone. Come on, y'all. We're gonna look at some of this shit. Go ahead. Hey guys, I need input. I just need input. Hold on 1 second, fellas. You sent it to my text, didn't you, man? Yeah, I got it right here. I just got to put it on. My computer fire up. Okay. I mean, we did a show. Remember, I had the old journal, the first journal that came out, that had Jeep and all his little mates and shit. Andre Jero was one of the more familiar names that kept showing up in that book of champions. Okay. Trying to get this thing to open up.
Mic check. Hold on, fellas. Got a freeze going on.
Now, Frank Rocket did a story. Frank Rocket did a story on. Let me see if I can pull it up right quick. Okay, guys. I might get that over. Well, I got it right here. But I can't get it on here. What good is it? I can't put it up here. I'm trying to bring it up. Go over it together. Good story. Is it better off I just type it in? Right? Y'all bear with me, fellas. Here you go, fellas. This is this story by Fan Rocker. Come follow along with me. You see us with him and old Grand Champion Hank. Okay. It says, I can read along with me. Andre Jero was a French Canadian who showed Americans that we did not have the monopoly on the game bred American Pit Bulldog Terriers. He's known as, and definitely was, a top handler, conditioner, and matchmaker. I felt that his greatest talent was the ability to know which dog to use for breeding and how to make the most effective cross with them. He was similar to the one of his peers, Maurice Carver, in the respect of producing some of the best American game dogs of his time. Although Andre lived in Montreal, Canada, his entire life, Andre found dogs where he could, was extremely selective on individuals, but he never became overly focused on one bloodline. Andre could or lost testing, what most dogmen would have used for a foundation. He owned some of the best, then defeated the rest. While I was a novice, Andre versed me on how in order to be successful in the dog game that I must learn to keep my heart in my wallet. He versed me on other ideologies regarding the dog game during our many conversations about the breeding, schooling, and training of American game dogs, and as to the importance of tending to a dog's mental well-being. Okay? It says, those bits of advice still carry the same impact as I continue to learn as I go along. The reason that most of his lineage has not continued as most had expected is that many people were mating a pair solely because the name Jero appeared on the pedigree. Jero was clever enough not to limit his focus on an ego tunnel, but instead on a realistic objective promoting worldwide success among one of the most emblematic of sports, such as a practice that Andre almost never allowed himself to slip into. But one of his instincts did directly backfire on a large scale. The exception was when Andre stopped a brother to possess champion being named Gunner Jr., which was sired by champion Gunner, registered mirror, and Otto Jero's Bonnie in a role while not fully matured, but matched him anyway because of his punishing mouth. Champion Gunner Jr. won 4, and then he was used for stud by many Canadian enthusiasts, only to find that he was throwing mostly hard-mouthed curs. Gunner Jr. was the dog Andre rode against his recently purchased aging retired stud dog from Patrick, Grand Champion Hank. After 20 minutes with Jr., Hank was for sale again and was fortunately purchased by Captain America to be used with much success. just as the Californians was enjoying with Hank Blood through champion Boots, ROM, and grand champion Double Trouble. Little Boots, yeah. Captain America reached the pinnacle of his breeding program when a son of Hank's named Sir Douglas was put over his Alexis bitch, resulting with Captain America's grand champion King Arthur that won his final outing as game as the game wins come by winning a war over PSK of New York's assassin at 41. Danny, that's Tattoo Powell, was a protege of Jero, and he seemed to be the only man beside of Alan Waterman, Louis Viriego, James Crenshaw in camp, who knew how to successfully continue to propagate the Jero lineage by keeping a mixture of the old Tyrann's champion Rascal and Kara's Black Widow blood through champion Gunner over the Tudor stock, though through either Mahoney Davis or grand champion Hank. Maloney's Davis or grand champion Hank. Danny Powell purchased one of the best sons of Jero's trip named Champion Rocky. That was a dog winning 2 matches in one night, back to back. Though the second was not counted as a legit win, the other ace Tattoo acquired from Jero's wife, Les, was champion Argyle Sunday. One of the hardest bitches of the modern times, as she won all her matches while never passing the 21-minute mark. Andre phoned me a few times over the years to fill me in on the progress of his dogs and to ask about mine. Once was when Andre unfolded a story about how the old bear dog, which he purchased from Joe Ordell, came up missing. Andre told me that he found out who had stolen his old stud and took a drive to see what he had heard was true. After looking in the man's backyard, he walked to the front door and politely knocked. As the man opened the door, asking, "Yeah, what do you want?" Andre answered with 3 spent .38 caliber cartridges. He then calmly walked into the backyard again to get his dog and went back home. Sears charges were pending an investigation, but Andre justly walked away from the mess without doing any time. Although Andre lived in the city in an apartment building with virtually no yard to speak of, he never had a dog stolen from him again. In fact, when people moved into his apartment building, he would farm out a pup to them as he had with his other tenants so they could raise it for him. Imagine that the man owned acreage. We may still be reading and talking about his dogs. Oh, today. Okay. We will still be reading and talking about his dogs today. And he had a lot of dogs. Let's see if I can pull up some of them. I used to have that old journal. I know I got it inside my computer. I'll probably pull it up where I had so many of them in there. Pull some up. I can get some up. Was it Hank? About how Hank was bad? I never knew that. Come on. Okay, guys, let me see if I can find some of these good dogs. I know they were in the first journal came out, the whole journal was just consistent. They have a lot of his shit. Let's see. Trying to see if I can find Boomer. That's a good one to start off with. Champion Boomer. I'm sorry, guys. Hold on. Time to put up his pedigree. Andre Champion Booger. That's Champion Booger. Look how he's bred. That's why I always say a good stud always makes the difference. No, I don't take nothing away from Bear. He had to be a good dog for her to take her female and have it bred to Bear. But just imagine, that in itself, if you look, if I was to say, okay, so what made Booger such a good dog? If we were to look at Booger's pedigree, we would say, nice looking dog, fully built for war. These dogs right here, Mr. Davis. I would say Mr. Davis was the carrying factor. Hold on, phone call here. Hello? Hey, what's up now? Who's it? Hey, what's up, bro? You trying to come on? Oh, okay. Well, you got the number, don't you? Hey, hold on. You got the Mike. Put my man in. Try and come on. Hold on, fella. Hold on. You did the right thing. All you had to do is, oh shit, call me in. Wait a minute. Why didn't you? I'm gonna call you. That was me. Yeah. Yeah, baby boy. Can you hear me? Hello. Yeah, we can hear you. Hold on 1 second. Okay, go ahead, boss. You got the air. Go ahead, introduce yourself to the crowd, man.
Salute. Bulldog community is Big Hill up in here. Yeah, it's Salute to the legends GH.CH. Hey, bro, I was. Is everything on y'all can hear me? Let me turn off my
Yeah.
TV.
Yeah, just turn it down.
Yeah, man. Listen, I had to ask you. Y'all don't be frying me up too much up here, man. Don't do me wrong up here. You know, I don't need no disrespect. I'm just trying to get clear things and stuff, man. You know, like uh, first of all, y'all guys, which y'all represent, as far as my side of town. Y'all boys do y'all thing, man. Y'all got our ears and our attention. You know what I mean? We go to y'all for the stuff, for the information that y'all put yourself on the front line for us. So I want you to know, you and your brother, I want y'all to know that, man, like you love y'all for that, man. That ain't going nowhere. We love y'all. So I don't want you and your brother to be like, I don't want Mo to be stressing up there, you know, like, or at least Mo, man, I would like you to be more specific, man. Don't be scared. I know you're not scared. Let me take that word back, because I know you ain't scared. But like, man, say them names or something, man, of people that's getting on your nerves, man. So while we in the mode of checking people and stuff, things can get checked out. So you ain't gotta be up there tripping and shit about nothing. You know what I mean? It's like, man, a lot of that stuff be rubbing me the wrong way, man. Like, I don't be knowing who being talked about or what's going on. Like, you know, like you should be able to chill, relax, man. Ain't nobody questioning none of your shit. And if they is, man, you know what I mean, they gonna keep questioning it, but just keep rocking. Like, for the most part, like y'all be telling us about the numbers. You got the numbers, you got the people, like you got the people, you Bo. Y'all got the people, man. Y'all got the people. So, you know, just keep rocking, man. Don't you, if somebody got a problem, man, say their name, let your sharp handle the business, because they gonna just question them, and everybody standing on truth. So, like, you know, we standing on truth. That's all I'm saying. We standing on truth, so they can step up if they want to. You know what I mean? They can step up to the truth if they want to. Simple as that. That's all it is. Like, so I just wanted to let you know that, because, like, you know, I don't be knowing. You know, I'm thinking we clean the house around here. So, you know, we want to know what's up, who what. We want to know who y'all know that's prejudiced for real, that's around us and stuff. Like, I don't want them around me. I don't want them around me, man. I don't even want to be schooling the men. I don't even like, I mean, and I love my white brothers too. I just don't like any people, even black people. I don't like them if they ain't right. You know, any people. I don't like them if they ain't right, if they do certain things. And, you know, so we clean the house. And, you know, if you know something, you know, we don't shout it out. Because we ain't playing, like, get them out of here. Get them out of here, whoever they is. You know what I'm saying? Like, just say who they is, like, so people can know. You know, they ain't got to feel like it. Like, you know, like, I'm upstairs. I ain't in the basement. I'm upstairs. I come to y'all for the basement shit. You know what I'm saying? But, like, a lot of shit, you know, because we all listening. It be like, you know, your stroke is broad, bro. Like, your stroke is broad. So, you know, sometimes it be hurting me sometimes, some of the shit you be saying. Like, God damn. Like, but, you know, it's real. You know what I mean? Like, you always say, you know, our circumstances is different. So, you know, so at least you say that. Like, you know, we can't play like that. But, like, damn, Mo, no, you say everybody's shit, man. We know what's up, man. We know what's up, bro. We know what's up is what I'm trying to say, bro. We know what's up. And if anybody questioning that, you know, being questioning that fact or whatever, like, we straightens them up, man. You know what I mean? So y'all got the floor to tell us that shit. I need, you know, I just want y'all to, you know, kick that shit, man. Keep that shit. Keep talking your shit, man. And don't be stressed out about that shit, Mike. Don't let them stress you out and shit. You know, because I be hearing certain shit, you know, and I say names. Like, I was fucking with, you know, I don't want to bring mess to your channel, but I know you keep it real. But I was hearing shit Fat Bill was saying. I was fucking with Fat Bill. And Mike Dan and the niggas turning it up, you know what I mean? But we won't keep it real. Like, sometimes Fat Bill shit was getting born and nigga cut the grass and shit and don't tell you nothing, he gone. Come back like, what the fuck? I got tired of watching this shit. You know what I mean? He sell you a paragraph for the journal and, you know, different shit. He's selling every fucking thing. Bully, son, collars. Like, you know what I mean? Like, boom. You know, but like, then when he say crazy shit, and then he backtrack on it, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, and then we be co-signing shit, and, you know, like, dick riding and all that. Like, no, man. Like, you know, we got clean the shit up all across the board, man. Like, you know, and if people got problem with what I'm saying, that's cool. But I'm still gonna say what I want to say. Like, you know, I don't like when I hear Fat Bill, like, cause people go to you. I don't like when you say shit like he just said that shit about y'all start. You and the twins started the shit. You said shit about other motherfuckers. People tired of that shit, man. We don't know if you know, that's where that racist shit come in. Like, okay, twin them say y'all cool. Twin say you cool, Bill. Twin say you cool. He try to give you pads, you know, and then you still say slick shit. You know what I mean? Boom, boom, boom. You know what I mean? Then the other guys, 7 Triple J, they trying to say shit. You know what I mean? That's why I saluted you when you check them, because you be checking us and you go hard on us. But shit, when they talk that shit to you, you put up, because like, I'll be waiting for you to act like you gonna let them slide, because I'll be like, oh no, he ain't gonna make us do push-ups off the bus and drill us like that. And he ain't gonna, when they come at him, nah, you did, when they come at you, you do the same shit. Pull them up and carry him. And I love that. So like, you know what I mean? So you got that. So, you know what I mean? Let us do something for you, man. Chill out, man. Do your thing, man. Ain't nobody worry, don't worry about your stamp. Your stamp dead, man. Your stamp dead. You already did your work for your stamp. So it's no need for you to keep on doing some more for the stamp that you already did. You already did that stamp, man. You already did that stamp. So you know, the younger ones is gonna look out for you on that, man. Don't even worry about that. Coach through the rest of this shit. Coach through the rest of this shit and blow and chill and relax and talk that shit to us, man. Salute. I'm gonna get up out of here, but thanks for letting me say that to y'all, man. Appreciate y'all. All right.
Appreciate you, big fam.
Yeah, appreciate that, bro.
That's that soldier. That's that Spartan.
That's that Spartan. And he gone. And he gone.
Big shout out to Big Fam.
Yeah, man, that was good. Thank you, bro. I definitely understand. It really don't be no names, guys. You know, it's really, it's not a name to put there, to be honest. Not trying to put the names there. You know, and it's not meant to dig, it's meant to be the truth. I don't say nothing more than the truth. Truth hurt. Don't get mad at me for telling the truth. So it really don't be no names. As a whole, everybody in this room, you know, we are a community. And I know we all try to be community in the pit bull game, even though it is upstairs. We talking some downstairs basement shit. And you can't go taking your upstairs shit and trying to deal with the basement. You're gonna lose. You know, you can't beat me up for telling the truth. You know, I'm just saying. You know, we spend more time in the basement and concentrate on in the basement in this show, we won't have a lot of the problems that it seems to, you know, work their way in from the upstairs when we're talking basement shit. I mean, this is 20 years old shit. You know, how could you take it personal because I'm talking about shit that, you know, it's old and true. You know? But you can't stand the fact that we made the first Mayday Stone City Cross and how we made it and how it came to ever happen. Then that's what, you know, you ain't gonna change the shit. You know, live with it. You don't want to give us no credit, then don't give us no credit, but it ain't gonna change the fact and the truth. You know? There's a lot of other dog men, like I was saying, you know, Fat Bill took that shit to heart. I mean, I'm not meant to hurt his feelings, but you know, tell him everything. Don't tell him what you want us to hear. Tell us everything. Like I tell everything. I tell you about my losses. You know, I ain't never had no 6-time winner. And to go out there and lose with one, I ain't never did that shit either. You know, but you don't put yourself on a pedestal where you feel like you can put everybody else down. You got flaws in your own shit, you know, and try to be right to everybody. You know, the dog game, when you in that square, that's where all the answers are being answered. That is the lie detector. The box is the lie detector. That's the bottom line. You know, there ain't really much to talk about when you're talking about some shit that went on inside them walls. And it's open to the world when you do that. You know what I'm saying? If it becomes part of history, whether you want to hide it or disguise it or get angry when somebody come back with it, hey, it's the truth though. It ain't meant to hurt you. Just tell it all. Don't get personal, because when you get personal, now it's fuck them dogs. You know, some new shit. Can't get that. You can get all the respect in the game. You're gonna get that always from me. I'm gonna always respect that point. But in the same instance, you step outside of that, you ain't gonna get that respect back. You took that respect, and then now it's gonna never be that type of respect again. So I don't bother him. No. I hope I'm not a conversation to him. I mean, if it still gets under his skin, I mean, pretty sure it would, you know.
I just suggest you just stay home and, you know, keep doing what he doing.
Doing what he doing. I don't know what he doing.
Ain't going all our way to go after you, Bill.
No, we don't do nothing to Bill. We don't bother Bill. We don't pick on Bill.
Bill just got a problem because, you know, you can't talk that shit over here because you don't never know when I might show up at your door. You talk that shit.
Yeah, you should have never got personal.
Should have never got personal. Trying to leave your old ass alone. You need to stop before I get mad.
But that's all good, though. I don't be caring.
I take that shit personal.
You might take it personal. I'd be like...
Hell yeah, I take that shit personal. Because you think you about that life and you ain't about that life. I done seen you get the shit slapped out of you. I already know you a bitch.
Oh, wow. How you gonna go out and get on the man now?
Because, again, the fact that he's still out there running his mouth, I want him to always know that I'm always going to take this personal. As long as you know I'm like that, you really need to worry about what.
Well, that's why he left our show, because real Live Life got on him and
right. No, I'm not Live Life though.
Live Life didn't give him no break. He wanted us to save him. That's what it was.
No, I'm not saving nobody over there. And if he wanted to get like that, then guess what? Let him stay like that. Just better watch how you speak.
Yeah, we're gonna always get on him. I don't bother him. No, y'all can say what y'all want about me. What I be on is the people who haven't done shit and done shit and be sounding like Bill. At least Bill got something to talk about. You know, you got something to talk about.
That's Fat Bill.
That's that Bill.
That's it. That's all you are. Fat Bill and the dogs. Fat Bill, the person, always been a shitty ass person. You think we don't know that?
Yeah,
You've been that person. That's why when people was whooping your ass,
it was my friend.
You was talking shit.
It just so happened to be my friends.
Right.
My friends beat
you might hate that, Bill. The last thing you want to do is try to get personal. You already know you can't fight. I might be 60-some years old, but I know I can beat your ass.
Damn, you want to beat him up, Mike?
On side, I slapped the dog shit out of him. I won't say one word. I was just like old boy did. And watch what he did. You know what he said? I'm gonna call the police.
He said, somebody call the police.
Somebody call the police.
You don't see that? He hit me.
He didn't get up swinging nothing. And you got the nerve to be talking shit. Oh. You're exposed, Bill. You need to just let it go. Every time it come up, I get mad. I shouldn't be like that.
Well, I wasn't talking about Bill tonight.
No.
But my man came in and said so many good words, we had to alliterate on that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and every time I hear Bill's name, I get mad. He called me retarded.
You is retarded, didn't you?
No, I'm crazy. Not retarded.
Well,
you see all these plaques on my wall? I'm far from retarded. I like it better when you call me crazy. You know what I mean?
Okay.
I need my way out. Yeah, he crazy. Yeah, I am.
Yeah, he goes all the years crazy.
I'm going to be crazy. Far from retarded.
I call you retarded because you go the fuck off.
That's not retarded.
They don't know you.
That's not retarded. That's crazy.
Yeah, that is crazy. That's crazy and retarded to me, though. You know how it is.
No, retarded is real retarded motherfucker don't know shit.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go back on here. Hey, I guess I'm gonna go. You done, Mike?
I'm done.
I mean, I like to see everybody see our faces when you go on there. Shit, I don't want to hide behind no pedigree while we stand there talking shit. I ain't really here to talk shit about Bill.
Bill. I told him he should have always kept it on the dogs. Personal shit, I don't dig personal shit.
See, when you hit them with the truth and the true hurt, they got to get personal because they ain't got no fire back. See, when you ain't got no fire back to fire back, you go get personal.
Personal shit.
But I mean, to keep it real, I mean, it's not like it ain't part of history. We pulled the shit up and showed you, you know. And I mean,
it's like everything else we doing.
We show y'all what it is. You know, y'all want to say the books don't mean shit, but thank God for the books. You know, and this pointing out shit that's already part of history. You know, and just so happen to be all my friends. I done seen my friends. Like I said, you can call Tom and ask Tom, you know the twins? And that's my boy. You can call Behind. Behind's gonna tell you, hey, twin, that's my boy. You can whisper so evil up in there. Oh, yeah, I know the twins. They ain't my boys, but they know us. So I was just telling him a part of history that he seems to be forgetting when he gets to ride on his Dixie Line Connection shit. You know, that's all it was about. Did he tell y'all about this? Did he tell y'all about that? Well, he's always trying to shoot people down. You know, we're just bringing it up. I'm not here to protect somebody. You know, we all grown men. You know how to fight, you fight. I wasn't going to protect him in my room, and he, you know, my man got a problem. Y'all go ahead and work it out. That's what the Shark Tank's for. Get mad at me because what?
That's got a bigger problem.
Yeah, he made a problem. Handle your business with the young man, and you know, you can't handle apologize and let it all go. Something you act like you can't do. You can't apologize and don't look for me to apologize. I don't even throw rocks at you. You call my brother retarded. My brother, he's like, live life. He gonna eat your ass up every time he hear your name.
Lord knows I don't.
You sure don't want to bump into him, so. Yeah, that's Mike. Mike, if you don't know us, don't play with us, because you do not know who you fucking with. That's all I got to say to that, Bill. You be running around looking like Kenny Allen, running down there after Boone, when McNass and them pulled up on you. Man, rest his soul. That shit don't work, bro. That shit don't work. You know the stories. I know, I mean, I hope he tell y'all the stories. He don't tell y'all the stories. Well, guess what?
We know it.
We know the story. We'll tell it. You got your head stitched up and man, that Dixie Line Connection bullshit. Getting ahead of yourself. You have to get straightened, so you know.
The first time you've been checked?
No, it's not his first time. Been checked several times. You know, that's just who Bill is. But you never had no reason to fire at me because of somebody else and getting on you about the way you are.
Times ain't changed. You can still be checked.
Man, that's all that was. Let's get back over here on this good stuff here. Look, guys. Now let's look at this pedigree again, man. Look. I want y'all to look at this. Nice looking bulldog, right? Champion NROM. What is the key factor to this pedigree? I mean, what would you call this the breeding factor? Y'all see it. There's a main piece to that pie. And here and here. He liked it, that spike shit, bred the Black Widow. Got good results. And you see what they was doing with it. In both instances, look at the familiar names. You know what I'm saying? This is damn good breeding. That's what I always call it. Mm-hmm. There go Jimmy Boots right there. Y'all know who Mr. Greenwood is, right? APBT. Yeah, that's Mr. Greenwood. That's the Greenwood we're talking about here. Two dogs. See that shit? Mahoney right here. Maloney's right here, Davis. Then you got Maloney being bred right here. And then they taking that shit, putting it together, and definitely gonna get the results. And each time he bred to these bitches, he made something special. Jimmy Boots was a good dog, but this dog right here was bred good. That's a bulldog right there. No, I don't think they was if they was really breeding pedigrees, y'all, back then, it would be surprising to me. Because as bad as everybody was about playing with the papers, definitely dealing with Maurice Carver. You know what I mean? I just know they wasn't dealing, the pedigrees didn't matter. These dogs, pedigree did not matter with Tudor matching this dog. I'm almost positive of that because these is good working fighting dogs. See what I'm saying? That's why they breeding this shit. You see what I'm saying? To the spike, breeding him. Coming off a Dibo. They steady breeding shit though. Shit coming off a Dibo. And they keep on getting that shit off a Dibo. And this is why they continuing to win. You know, that's a formula right there. If you were to say, what's the major factor to this pedigree right here? There's a major factor there. To me, the major factor is him. I'm going to tell you, that's why I say it is. Because he here, he right there, he right there, he right there. You know what I'm saying? And everywhere he at, he left something good. You got that blood and it's strong. And you get these type of results. I'm telling you, I don't believe they was doing this shit, reading some damn pedigree. They were doing this shit after these dogs became winners. They was probably looking at this shit, trying to put the sauce together after these dogs became winners. Spike. Another great dog. See, and these is, again, we're talking about fighting dogs here, y'all. We look back at these old pedigrees and be looking at this old shit and be like, don't forget, when we look at these pedigrees and pull this old shit up, with Dibo being and so many other pedigrees that then shot off out there and became famous and great, not this Spike shit, not this Maloney shit, I mean, Eli shit, I mean, it goes everywhere. Damn near like Jeep. Damn near like Red Boy. Major factors to the game. You take these certain specific dogs and you will see the history of the dog game was damn near built off of these dogs. And Andre telling you that. Andre, he had a lot of great damn dogs. But the fruit is Diebold. Okay? Damn good breedings too. I like this breeding here. I think it was smart. I think it had a lot to do with these bitches. Nice built dogs, game dogs, match dogs, winning dogs. Why they winning? Why are they winning? Because they coming off of match dogs. They putting the sauce together. They're using what they feed. And then they take this one-time winner, a one-time winner coming off a champion, mama and daddy. Take a one-time winner and make him great. Look at that shit. See what I'm saying? What's the factor? Factor. Top side. We would say, I'm gonna go over there and breed that damn dog my damn self. Hey, I'm gonna take this Mayfield shit and cross it to some Spike shit. I'm running back over to that Diebold shit. And look what it came up with. Look at that breed. Where's the major factor at, y'all? Y'all see the major factor? The top side. Man went and paid him a down. He got the shit on his yard. That's what he did. Or grinder. He knew exactly what he was doing. He went and got him some shit. Right here. Right here. He went and got him one. He went and bred to his bitch he had on the yard. With this shit right here. Major factor. Major factor. Look at all that right there. Ain't getting nothing. Ain't done nothing. Ain't done nothing, but that's his yard. It's his yard. Come up with a bitch like that. Look at the shit that she produced. Who you see? Maloney Davis. And there go old Okie. Why they breed the Okie, y'all? Two-time winner. Black dog. Y'all know who that is, right? They using that Okie shit like they was using that Zebo shit. My dog was a bad dog. You know what I'm saying? He took that shit right there and bred to that bitch. Another good bred dog. You don't see nothing but match dogs in there. You don't see a match dog in there, but every dog you see in there, there's greatness behind them. Oh, Andy. Little May brother Vindicator. They go Rosie. You're gonna find Rosie all up in that yellow shit. Lady Sassy Me. You're gonna see Zebo all up in there. You're gonna see Oki producing some pretty nice lines of dogs. You'll see him back there in those pedigrees. And if you notice, these is breedings they basically did with just 2 dogs. Look at Faye. Hold on, that Faye, little black. I'm trying to get this one here. Trying to get Faye up here right. Look how Faye bred. Call her a Kobe dog, wouldn't you? I would. You don't see a match dog in there nowhere, but they breeding it. They feeding it. They breeding it because they feeding it. Not a lot, but they go Mike and Oki, and they did their share. They were some damn good dogs. Alonzo Pratt has some good dogs. Remember, these dogs we looking at, they all fall back. Oh boy, lost the Jeep. But definitely, all this shit back here, we couldn't sell a puppy today. You know what I'm saying? Back then, you know, they were smart. But in today's world, y'all wouldn't buy this shit. Remember, you had to buy this shit to make her ROM. Somebody got to buy this shit and work that shit and to make her ROM. All because of this guy right here. He's breeding his bitch to the right shit. You have to breed a lot, but these are some nice ass dogs. Oki champion there, look. We got Oki there. Oki there. Oki there. Nice. Then that Maloney stuff. Black Sabbath, another good one.
Should I do that for the soundbar, TV, or TV?
Alexa, cancel.
Canceling.
Greenwood, Badger Davis, and Got him an ROM out that litter, didn't he? He feeding this shit right here. He was breeding, he bred it to the right shit and made her ROM, 2 breeds. What's up, Mr. The professor's calling in. The professor's calling in.
Bro?
What's up, big bro? All right, bro.
I'm good, man. You got a good topic tonight with Jero and the Greenwoods, all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I thought I'd chime in.
Help me then, because you know you got the yes, sir.
Some stories.
Yes, sir. I actually did that, hoping you was listening too. For real.
You did. Did you talk about the Frank Rocca article?
Yes, I did. I actually read it to everybody. Yes, sir. So they got some insight.
Yeah. Yeah, Jero was he was unique, like you said, and it said, and people know he lived in an apartment building, didn't have a lot of dogs. Almost everything he touched was like gold, man. And back in the day, he didn't speak very good English because he's French Canadian. But back in the day, the Petronellis were hot, in their area. They're from Massachusetts, right? They're pit dog men. Their relatives, cousins, and brothers, whatever, were the handlers for Marvin Hagler, right?
Right.
And they had another brother who was a trainer. His son was a top contender at junior welterweight. But anyways, Petronellis had Corvino dog, they had Colby dog, this and that, and they started getting dogs from Carver, right?
Uh-huh.
That's where the Sioux Boy dog comes from, right? Petronelli Sioux.
Uh-huh.
And he was considered an ace by a lot of people. He just a lot of style, mouth, all that, He was on a run. He beat 2 top dogmen, He was a 2-time winner. And Jero had seen him match. He talked about it later, but he had seen him match, and he thought he had a dog for him. So he comes in with a dog. I think it was Spice. Going into the Petronellis and Sioux Boy, and Spice was 1.5 pounds light. Right?
Mm-hmm.
But he was a face dog. And he ended up getting on that face and, styles make fights and all that. Girls had seen him, he thought he could beat him, and he beat Sioux Boy in 2 hours and 12 minutes. Right? And that's basically what made him famous. Then he had other dogs, T-Moose and grand champion Carlos. Carlos when he won his 8th match, he was like 8 or 9 years old. And he was a little bit off, but he ended up winning anyways,
Right.
But he had a lot of that. He produced that Argyle Sunday,
Mm-hmm.
She won her matches all under 20 minutes and just a hard biting dog, And he had Booger, of course, the Booger ROM and all that. He had some stuff from Greenwood. They were friends. Brighter Boy stuff. It produced what the heck was his name? It's that Greenwood Miss Holiday stuff.
Uh-huh.
That's all. He had a lot of that stuff. But just a top dog, man. He died young, man. He was only like 50 years old when he had a heart attack and died.
Hey, Schoolboy, you used to hang around up in that Buffalo area, and he kicked a lot of ass up in that area. But
yeah,
the story was that he was a motherfucker, man.
Mm-hmm.
He was hell, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was, man. He shot somebody because they stole his dog. And he seen his dog on the yard. He went and checked, I guess, and then he went to the door, knocked on the door, and dude answered, shot him, went and got his dog. I don't think he ever got prosecuted for it.
Yeah, the story says he didn't get prosecuted.
Yeah. He was tough, but you think about the Canadians, the weather they live in, how they grow up, the kind of work. I don't know what work he did, but a lot of them were lumberjacks or miners, and, kind of like Komasinski and all people from Pennsylvania, that upper, Great Lakes area and Canada and all that stuff. There's some tough dudes, man. Even Common Siski, I think it was Texas Ron, or so I forgot who it was. But he was like 80 years old and he had a problem with somebody on his property. They were doing dogs. The guy said something, he went and knocked him out. 80 years old, knocked the dude out.
Oh, they back there in this woods doing dogs and shit, huh? Oh, no, you don't talk shit to me on my shit.
Exactly. At my house, you know, show some respect.
Right.
And I guess he kept talking shit. He just popped him and beat the shit, you know, knocked the shit out of him, man. But none of them old guys are like that. That's why, you know, August Stevens was rough around the edges, and even Captain America, you know, Captain America was involved in all kinds of shit. And he had a lot of great dogs and you know, top dog man for years and years. He was involved in politics and the garbage, you know, the garbage industry, the pig farmer, and rough guy, tough. He was hard on his dogs, man. They had to be freaking game, or he wouldn't keep. You know, he made the Jero Hank crosses, and he made the Jero or the Hank Boomerang cross. So he used a lot of them. They're all in the book. You know, it's kind of like what you were saying. You know, a lot of this stuff. You know, if people care to, they can go back and research using all the magazines that come out, even Pit Dog Report, even Pete Sparks magazine, but Sporting Dog Journal, and Game Dog Time, Game Dog Digest, Pit Pal. A lot of the dogs that are in their pedigree are in there. And a lot of the people that we talk about, or they heard about, or they see in a pedigree, or they hear this dog and that dog, they're in them magazines, you know. Hank's in there, Art's in there, Captain America, you know, some of the guys that you had Tattoo and, you know, Samart and you know, the Uptown Boys from New York and Havana Boys from New York area.
Uptown Champion Stubby, Snubby.
Yeah, there you go. They're all there, you know. So, you know, if people wonder who this was or this breeding or whatever, I'd be cool, man, to go get some magazines or go online even. And see where these dogs come from, and you know who had them and who these dudes are. There's stories about a lot of them, you know. If they get lost over time, then people like me or you gotta rehash it and bring it back up again, you know. There's a story that Booger was rolled with Grand Champion Buck, and he was getting the better of Buck, you know. That's why they sold Buck and kept Booger. That's a story. I don't know if it's true or not. But Booger was a good dog and a good producer too, you know, and so was Buck, you know.
Right.
So there's a lot of history back there, man.
Schoolboy was telling them about that time, because, you know, our mother's from up in that area, and my father lived in Rochester, so we spent a lot of time up in that area when we was doing dogs. And it was a time when that was like a nuclear fallout zone. You know what I mean? You had to go up in there with the right dog, like a hazmat suit, or your ass was gonna be through. You know what I mean? Yeah. If you wanted to see what you had, you go to that area. If you come up out of that motherfucker, you had a damn good dog, didn't you?
Yeah, you had to. And you know, it's the same for, you know, people that live in the inner cities, you know, or the big cities. Two things I want to say about that. It's like California. You say California, people think LA or San Francisco. You say New York, they think of Manhattan, the boroughs, all that stuff. You say Illinois, people think of Detroit. You say, or you know, they think of Detroit, Michigan, and Chicago, Illinois, and like that. They don't understand that the surrounding area around those cities is full of wildlife, it's full of agriculture, it's full of forests and all this shit. The other thing is those inner city people, because like you kind of mentioned, you know, they had to be selective. They had to call hard because they couldn't keep that many dogs. So whatever they had to be good, right?
Yes, sir.
And they were hard on them. So if you got a dog from somebody that was responsible, a good dog man, tested stuff from one of them cities like that, it was probably a good dog because they'd been through a lot of shit before you got it. Even Bert Soros said that, you know. He had sent a dog to, I forget it was Michigan or it was Detroit or Chicago. I forgot where he sent the dog. Anyways, he got it back later, you know. And somebody criticized him. They probably give you the dog because it ain't no good. He goes, hell no. He goes, them people are tough. if this dog survived this long, it's a good dog, believe me. And I forget which champion it was that he got, you know, got returned back to him. But, you know, don't mess with them city boys sometimes, they tough, huh?
Oh yeah, they is, because they call their yard hard. They do, cause they ain't got no space. They gonna be feeding the right shit.
Yeah, exactly. And if they make a breeding, they're gonna go through it. Only keep the best ones, and they usually turn out to be good dogs. And sometimes they don't have a lot of them. You know, Joe didn't have a lot of them, but he had different bloodlines. He had son of Boomerang was a champion. I think his name was Patty. You know, he had that T Moose dog and Booger. Like I said, all them, you know, grand champion. The dog I just named, but several good dogs, and his stuff is in there with some of the other Canadians, you know, and they match into each other, and then they come to the northern part of the U.S. and match into them. The guys here, they go to New York, they go to other Great Lakes states, you know. They had to travel. A lot of people didn't want to go to Canada, you know.
Right.
And he just, man, he tore it up. If you look, he lost once in a while, but not that much, man. And sometimes he'd have 2 or 3 dogs or 4 dogs on the show, and he'd win them all.
Yep. Especially in the first edition of the journal, he had a lot of dogs in there that made champion, and a lot of great fights too.
Right.
Incoming call from 239-355-3030
Alexa, answer the call.
for Michael Bayless.
Hold on.
Incoming call from 239-355-3030.
Hello?
Okay, Schoolboy, hold on. Go ahead, bro. You got it, bro. The show, bro. You there? Schoolboy.
Me?
Yeah, okay, yeah, go ahead. Go ahead and finish up, bro.
Okay. All right. So he, you know, he had a good eye for dogs, and he could match up styles. And he saw a dog previously. He would get something or have something that he thought could beat it, you know. That Nogueira's Patches was the best in show winner. I forget what bitch he used, but he beat her in like 3 hours, you know. And it's real successful, you know. Rest in peace, and too bad he didn't live longer than he did, you know, and too bad a lot of his blood ain't out there. But he's behind a lot of dogs, you know. And real DOGMEN knew him, and they traded dogs back and forth, you know. That's why you see his name in some of Greenwood's heads, or Greenwood names some of his heads, you know.
Mm-hmm. But they had a formula to it, and I was explaining to them it's not by coincidence, but they was breeding dogs. They wasn't breeding papers.
Right. That's why he had a variety of bloodlines, you know. Broca probably mentioned that, and you know, like I said, he had you know, stuff with Greenwood. He had Carver stuff. He had Boomerang, a son of Boomerang. He had some of the
Spikes, Tudor Spikes shit.
All of that, you know, a lot of it. Even some of the other stuff that's in Canada, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And he just wanted good dogs, and they put them together. And most of them were winners, or they were tested every once in a while, not just like everybody else. But most of them come from match dogs, you know. And they put them together. It produces. They keep going with it. If it don't, just put it to the side and just continue that, you know. I've talked about that before too. If something don't work, just let it go. Move on.
That's right.
You know? Yep. You have better success, and you have better percentages and better consistency, all that shit we talk about, you know. But that's how a lot of them did it. Even Carver, people think Carver had a lot of dogs. He didn't have a lot of dogs. He didn't have. There's a story that somebody went there at a convention or something. This guy's talking to Carver, and Carver's telling, "Oh yeah, I got a 200-acre ranch, and I got cattle and 200 dogs and this and that, you know." And the guy goes to visit Carver, and he lives in a little bitty house. He's got maybe 20 dogs, you know, no property, you know. He just told him a big old fib, you know. I believe him. When he got there, he go, "Oh, okay." But he had great dogs, and he was a great breeder. And you know, I did a video. I think I did it already, but you know, it's kind of along the line, you know, because there's so many fake pets, and people don't want to know, and unknown. They don't want you to know how the dogs are bred. They're unknown, and this and that goes all over the street, right? So my question in the vid I did was, with all this unknown stuff, basically with all this unknown and fake tests and this and that, can you still breed good dogs? And the answer has to be yes, because that's what was done anyways. Every famous dog you hear about, or every dog that's known or whatever that was bred and produced and this and that, there's a question on their breeding. And there's usually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stories how they really bred. So who knows? And in my case, my opinion, I don't care. I really don't. I don't need to know how a carver dog is bred. If that's a carver dog and it's a good one, I'm gonna use it.
Yep.
If it's from this guy, that guy, boy, whoever it is, and I'm not saying they all lied and fake, but I'm just saying along the lines of what you're saying, you're breeding on dog for dog. So in that respect, the pedigree don't matter. Now, as you breed your dogs, if you're honest and you keep your pets, the dog makes the pet.
Yep.
So in your case, it matters. You want to know, you keep your shit straight. And it's all true. That's the best you can do. Don't worry about what the hell was behind it. There's curve behind my dogs. There's fake shit behind my dogs. I don't care. It makes not one difference to me, because I don't breed on paper anyway. I look at them and I check them and I follow them after the dog works out.
Yep.
If it don't, I throw their pet away, man. There's no significance of anything.
But that's how I mean. And then you look at these breedings, you know, like I got that Soul's Red Eagle dog up. Champion Uptown Boys is the ones that matched him out. You know, a legend in New York. I mean, we was talking about Buck and those Patrick dogs, and that Zeke dog was a very special dog. But then I go over here and look at the Red Eagle. He full of Zeke. And but there's a formula to it. You can look at the dogs and see this champion. You got boys of RWM. You got crazy Snooky as a damn champion coming off of Soul's champion Dugan. But you look at the pedigree of the dog, full of Zeke. Full of Zeke.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a Zeke Black Widow cross. I'm gonna kind of do a video on along those lines too. And what happens, whether these guys realize it or don't, when you see these patterns the way you see them, they work because they've always worked. Mm-hmm. So even if somebody was illiterate, if they put their dogs together and somebody else wrote the pedigrees out for them, right? Mm-hmm. They're going to look similar to what you see here. If it's a Zeke dog or a Borrego dog or a Soros bulldog, it's going to be similar to this. There's going to be this kind of cross in there, that kind of cross in there. But you're going to see Zeke here, and you're going to see him here and here and there going back at the ped. They did the same thing in Mexico. If you look up Black Widow's pedigree, you won't find her. You won't find a breeding made between her and Zeke, right?
Right.
But if you look at the pedigrees of the Mexican dogmen, that breeding is there. That's why in Texas, Oklahoma, Louisiana, Mississippi, Mexico, they call it Zeke Black Widow. Others call it Diamond Black Widow. They call it Lucky Black Widow. They call it Spike Black Widow. But in those areas, they call it Zeke Black Widow. So Red Eagle is just another offshoot of the Zeke stuff. And with the crazy Dugan and all that, it has that outcross of Old Family Red Nose. Mm-hmm. And like you guys said on your show, you were going through all these dogs, and they have Old Family Red Nose behind them. Even Dibo has, even Black Widow has, even all these dogs have it. So it's a part of the puzzle that people included, because the dogs coming down from that stuff were good dogs. That's why you see similar patterns. Like I said, even if the person don't realize what they're doing, it's going to come out. The same patterns are going to come out, because that's what worked. And if you go dog for dog, you're going to end up doing the same shit they did in the past.
Yeah, that's true.
That's that formula you talk about. It's there. You know, it's just because if something don't work, you ain't going to use it. And that happened previous to the dogs you got. And it happened with those dogs before those people got them. That shit didn't work. So you're not going to see it that much, unless somebody's just breeding on pedigree. But the ones that work, you're gonna see it repeated over and over and over.
I didn't know Morphins had a dog literally made to Bolio. I'm looking at a champion Morphins Goros.
Goros, yeah.
Goros, you're right.
Goros, yeah. Goros means cat, right? A cat.
Uh-huh.
So in Mexico, he was called Goros. In the United States, he was called Handicap. So when you see Grand Champion Handicap, that's where they got the name Handicap from Gora.
Oh, okay.
Right? That's where it comes from. And he wasn't a champion, you know, but he had a loss. And in the loss, they're making tons of scratches, man. He's like game. And they bred him to the Eli stuff. They bred him to the two-flower red baby stuff. They bred him to the booger stuff, you know. And when you see Goros bred to Eli females or, you know, Bully Son females, it's the same cross that they did up here when they bred Bully Son to Mendocino. Mendocino is a sister to Bolio and Goros, right?
Mm-hmm.
So again, they just repeated the same shit. You know, they're just doing it, different dog, different name, but the same blood, they putting it together. And they did that in Mexico too. I'm going to talk about that in the bid, because those dogs produce a particular style, which a lot of them are muzzle, bottom jaw, face, head dogs, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And not that that's the only thing they hit, but they're smart that way. They're intelligent that way. That's why they threw, you know, that Mayfield stuff that's on top of Zeke, you know, lightning and all that.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they put. That's why they put that in there, and that's why they put the Zeke dogs in there. That's why they put Bolio in there. It's different, and the result, you got this dog that's fucking hard to beat, dude. How you gonna beat something that's on your muzzle and just stay there, and shaking the shit out of you, and pushing you back, and keeping you off balance, chewing till you so swelled up, all you're gonna do is fan yourself, or you're gonna bleed out.
Yep.
That's a soft spot. It's just mostly skin and bone.
Yep.
It ain't like you got a tear muscle or crush heavy bone, you know, like a leg or stifle or whatever. The dogs get violent, and then the opponent, they hurt themselves because they're trying to get out. So they pull and push and like that, and they hurt themselves. They do damage to their own self. Because that Bolio dog or Zeke dog or whatever you want to call it, Goros dog, they could just be holding on, dude. Just by the fact that they're holding on, the other one trying to wiggle out of it or get away from it, they screwing themselves up, man.
Yeah. Now, so where did the face shit come from? Are you saying that Zeke carried that trait?
From what I read, yeah, Zeke, back in the day when they talked about him, and there's an article too, is he was a head crusher, right? That's so I'm just guessing that's where it came from. But even if it's not that, Bolio, Zeke, that's what it throws. Goros, that's what they throw. So it has to be in them somewhere. So I'm guessing, because the Daibo side and the Crahan Rascal and all that side, those dogs are more rough. Even Daibo's sire and Bambi and Lark and all them, they more rough. So where's that head fighting stuff coming? For me, it's got to come from the Zeke side. It's got to come from the Lightning 2 and all that stuff on the top side. That's just my speculation. But that's when I first started reading about Zeke. He was a 4-time winner and he was a head crusher, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, it's in dog, you know. Every style is in dog. Every place a dog wants to hit, it's potential to be there, to come out, you know. So even if I'm wrong about that, where it actually came from, that don't matter, because both dogs exhibited. Bolio dog, Zeke dog.
Mm-hmm.
Even that, you had that Grand Champion Soga on last week.
Right.
From Bayonne Club.
Right, huh?
That's what she did. Right between the eyes, low on the muzzle. I mean, high up on the muzzle. And just crush him, man. Kill him. She never got hurt. and she has Zeke Black Widow in her.
Wow.
So again, I'm just guessing that's where it's coming. And even so, it could be a Tudor cross, it could be a Spike cross, it could be a Black Widow, Zeke, whatever cross, it's in there. And it comes out in the Boleo dogs, whatever line, or family, and it's the same for the dogs in Mexico. It's even in, let's say, Ozzie Stevens' blood. It's in there too because Homer was a muzzle and stifle dog. His brother Freddie was an expert ear dog. Their brother Mountain Boy was a face dog. So I have a buddy up in the Great Lakes area. What he did is he crossed the Chinaman stuff with the Ozzie Stevens stuff, and he got face dogs. And he liked it. And they go to the stifle too, or the shoulder, whatever. But they will screw you up on that face, man. And it can be a game changer,
Yeah, because boy, that you getting chewed in the face, you bleed a lot. You bleed more in your face than you do anywhere else on your body outside that stifle shot.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you see all these dogs. What happens when they get there? The opponent, they start screaming and crying.
Oh yeah.
They bite them in their muzzle. They bite on the tip of their nose. They get in their mouth. They get the bottom jaw. You take the bottom jaw, you might well get it. As long as the dog is doing it, it's game, because it might go sometime. What are you going to do about it? You can't. That hinge, the bottom jaw don't work. What are you going to do if your muzzle's so swelled up or broken, or all your teeth are taken out? You can't do shit no more. And then your head swells up, your eyes, now the dog can't see.
Mm-hmm.
His face and head is so swollen, and the rest of his body don't have a mark on it.
Right.
So that's why a lot of times you see these dogs, the Boleo dogs, going an hour, hour and a half, 2 hours, because they might have the fight won at 45 minutes, but because the other one don't give up, and he's not bleeding out like he would if they hit an artery in the shoulder or something like that, it just goes a long time, But they built for that too. They can go 2, 3, 4, 5 hours. The record for the females back in the day, 4 hours and 24 minutes, was a little Boleo kid. So they can go time, man. That's their forte,
Right. And it's just funny that even back then, how these dogs were able to, like I was saying, when they go off and they produce other lines of dogs. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, you got the Souls dogs, you got the Buck dogs, and these. I mean, and they keep going.
Yeah. Oh, and the dog, and you got the
got Carver's
Bill Carr stuff, and Bill Carr, and Red Rock, and all that. There's a ton of them, man, a bunch of them, and it's very different way, but they're similar,
Yeah.
At one time, a lot of people used them Greenwood dogs, with Okie and even Lonzo, Mike and all them,
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. I'm looking at Zeke Offspring, and I see Carver's Orphan Annie, Boleo, and Boy. Each one of those dogs took off their own direction.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, go down the list. Do you see Zeke bred a Black Widow there?
Not one.
Not one, right?
Right, like you said you won't find it.
You won't find it. But if you look up Soga's pedigree and you go on the back, you're gonna see Zeke bred a Black Widow.
Okay, hold on. Let me spell that to me. Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna see if I can find that what you were talking about. It's interesting.
Yeah, Grand Champion Soga. Bayonne Club's Grand Champion Soga.
How you spell that Soga? S-U-G-A?
S-O-G-A.
Yeah, we just had this dog on the show. The blue dog.
You just had the dog on the show. Now go to the top side. Go to Veneno. Click on that.
Banana. Hold on. Okay. I'm there.
Okay, now where it says Yoko Shiwa, go just look, because it's there. Where it says Brunks, Tehala Brunks, that's off the Zeke Black Widow.
Yeah, I see that. There it is. Right there.
Yep.
The daddy to that champion Yanga.
Yeah, yeah. And you can click on Brooks and look at his siblings. Not that one, sorry.
Okay, hold on. Okay, I got Yanga up here right now. She was offered that bred to a daughter of Stu Fowler.
Right.
So I got Brunk up. And you said go to the siblings?
No, that's wrong.
Okay.
Look at no, those siblings ain't there. Brunks. I don't think there's no siblings there.
Okay, I'll check. Let's see.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, no siblings.
There was something else I was looking from that. It had that you could see. Maybe it was Yanga. Anyways, the point is that they, according to the Mexicans, they bred Zeke to Black Widow. That's why for them and people in Texas and like that, it's a Zeke Black Widow crow. But and not only that, you see it bred to the Stu Fowler,
right,
Red Baby stuff.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah,
and you have it bred to the Bully Son and Ed Crenshaw, and that's the whole point. They're just repeating what was done, right?
Yes, sir. But,
and then that Kappa dog that's in there, that's off of Stu Fowler and Red Baby.
And I'm tripping on it because this dog was a blue dog.
Yep. Pro was Bayonne's Grand Champion Negra Tomasa.
Man, shit. I can't even spell that. I like to see that my damn self. Another one?
Yeah, punch in.
Hold on.
Bayonne.
Hold on, big bro. Let me get it. Open up another page. Okay. Okay, I got Belancla Grand Champion. Okay, I'm ready for the. Can you spell it to me?
Yeah, Negra is Negra.
Yeah, I seen him too. 7-time winner.
8-time winner.
Okay, they got him here 7 times. AKA Garcia's Mamra. No. He was also Sporting Dog Journal's cover. November, December 1994, he was on the cover.
Yeah.
At that time, he was a 6-time winner.
Right. I seen her on video. I didn't see her in real life, but the bitch she was going against was a heavy Bully Son bred bitch, and Negra Tomasa was pulling chunks out of her, man. You could see it on the carpet, And it went an hour 40. Both of them didn't make it, so that was her last match. She was a badass bitch too, and she was that blue seal, gray, whatever you want to call it,
No shit. I said, although not recognized as a Grand Sporting Dog Grand Champion.
Go back on Negra Tomasa. There's unknown there.
Yeah, I think that's that blue shit. Because remember, it's unknown on that other one too. Because everybody else, I see the black, but everything on that unknown. But my word that I got was they was throwing staffs in there. They was throwing staffs in those dogs.
Well, it could have. If you look at Soga, she got kind of a full staff.
Yeah, that square head. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I wouldn't swear to it, but it makes you think. And if you know people like Carver,
Where else could the blue come from, big bruh? Bruh, where else could that blue come from? Help me on that.
The blue comes from the ruffian stuff, right? Which comes from the Henry dog. The ruffian and what's that other one? The staff. It's staff.
It's staff, right? Okay.
That's where it comes from, right?
Yes, sir.
So, but it's also a derivative of black. So you can get it depending what colors you have in there. You mix. Maybe it's red and black or whatever. But it's common in the staff blood going back to the Henry dogs that Tudor used and other people used, right?
Mm-hmm.
But like I said, what's interesting is Soga's head. It don't look like a pit bull head, right?
Right.
And so why not? And what I was saying about Carver, reportedly, there was a lady who lived across the street from him, down the way, who had staff, and he included that in his pedigree. And if you look at the top side of Long Baby, Long Tubby, the way they look, especially the male, Red Buck, and Red Buck was in Mexico. Satchmo Bully and all them, and their daddy, they look like staff. And other people, when I started to come up, they would say, if you want to add mouth, one of the ways to do it is add staff blood to your dog. Even a dog we got from Grady Cummings, which was heavy Eli, a little brindle male, he looked like a staff. It's just his ears weren't cut, but he looked more staff than pit bull, and he could bite, man.
Oh, yeah.
So, it's not the speculation isn't unwarranted,
Mm-hmm.
And that unknown makes you think, right?
Right.
And the only reason people don't include it or they lie about it, whatever, is because if people see staff or they see PR, which you see sometimes, right?
Yes, sir.
Somebody else is not going to want it, Oh, it's got staff blood. Oh, it's got this. It's got something else, So it's a marketing tool not to include it,
Right.
It's more mysterious that way. But it's not just the Mexicans or Carver. Other people did it too,
Man, I'm tripping on this. I'm tripping on the Black Widow. I'm tripping on the Zeke Black Widow call though. And I had this on Friday, and Tuesday, and I missed that part right there.
Yeah, it's in there,
So the hell
and
it is.
I have a tendency to believe it's true, because why would they call the shit Zeke Black Widow blood? Right? If they hadn't made the breeding, generally you don't do that. Name something after something that ain't there or they didn't do. Because in real time, that's what they're doing. Oh, I want that Zeke Black Widow stuff. And it's similar to Dibo Black Widow, Spike Black Widow, Cracker Black Widow,
Hey,
why
man.
not? Why not use the Zeke too?
Tell them about them Bellon boys, though, man. I was telling them, see, they have been around in the journal for a long time, and they match a lot of dogs.
A lot. And he would come, Bayonne he was like a manager for the entertainers in Mexico, or he was a lawyer. Anyway, he was high dollar, up in that entertainment business, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he had money, and he could buy dogs, he could do this and that. But when he saw Mr. Gray compete, he wanted Mr. Gray to be his partner. So back at that time, you're talking about, when you see Bayonne, it was mostly Antonio Bayonne and Mr. Gray doing the dogs, right? And he did a ton of them. He had a bunch, a lot of champions, and a lot of them dogs were litter mates or offspring of the famous dogs we know over here.
Yeah, that's true.
Litter mates, the Midnight Cowboy and Stomper and Bully Stun. They had a sister to Bully Stun, Lupe. They had a brother, Red Buck, Mexico, the Red Buck they called him. He's a brother of the Satchmo Bully and Long Baby and Long Tuffy and all that. So they were using the same stuff, that we were up here, they had the Ed Crenshaw stuff, 2 Flower Red Lady, all that, you know, Booger, you know, Blood, same stuff, but just, you know, you may not be familiar with the dog because they were in Mexico, and they didn't share them back then. Now they share them because so many years past. They didn't tell you shit back then how their dog was bred, but you could tell by looking at them. You know, that's what the dog looked just like Midnight Cowboy. How do you think it's bred? You know.
Right, right.
And that's how it's bred. Looked like Fullerson. That's how it's bred. Looks like Major or Reno. That's how it's bred. Yeah.
And they had some rough ass dogs too. You know, they did have some pretty rough dogs.
They like their dog. They like their dog like they like their Mexican fighters. No quitting them. They'll take it to the death, but they love the hard punchers. So they want wrecking machines. They want killers. They want finishers. Huh? And they ain't gonna pick them up to, you know, at least back then. I don't know how it was later after I left, but that's the way they were. They ain't gonna pick their dog up, man. You have to kill them. And a lot of their dogs, they would. They'd stay there. Just like that one I mentioned, that one that gets negative Tomasa. The only reason the fight ended at hour 40 was because her name was Tonki. She was up to scratch. And she had made falling down, crawling scratches before that. And her last scratch, she came out, fell down, rolled around, tried to pick herself up, couldn't do it. She got counted out. She died trying to, that one thing on her mind, I'm going to kill this fucking bitch. And she just expired doing that. But they like the hard-mouthed dog. And a lot of them guys, in spite of what people say, all they care about game, that's all they care about. No, it ain't. They were chasing mouth too. That's why Carver went to the Ed Crenshaw blood. Because if you look at their matches back then, they was wrecking dogs, man.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they went to the Eli stuff. That's why people go to the August Stevens blood, or they go to the Divo dog, you know, or the Bullet dog, you know. They want rough some bitches. That's why why they cross Red Boy and Jocko. Because Jocko had mouth and all his litter mates and his daddy and all that.
They were rough as hell. Yeah, they was rough.
Right. And then you put Red Boy with him with the gayness and all that intensity and all that shit. It's a common way of breeding. You get the best of both. You got a badass dog. So, you know, this started out with Yellow and Red Boy Jocko and you know, Yellow John, and then goes to Grand Champion Yellow, then goes to Mayday, then they throw some Buck in there, you know. And so the patterns are repeated. Like I said, even if people don't know the past and all that, just look at it. Not just how they're breeding, you know, line breeding, outcrossing, inbreeding, but the dogs that are in the bloodlines that are in there, they're matching them up. You know, how it was done in the past, but the dog matters first.
Right. And just to think, I noticed Eli Monster was like talking about how Harry Hargrove taught him about them rough ass hard mouth dogs. Harry Hargrove has some badass rough ass dogs too, though. I got to give it to him. You know, it's hard to find a very rough ass dog, man, that can get in there and put it in. It's people think it's easy. It is not. When you're competing, you got to know what a real rough ass dog look like.
Yeah, if you don't see it, or you ain't had it, or you don't see the difference, you think something that me and you might call average or above average mouth, they think that's a hard mouth dog. It's not.
Mm-mm.
To us, they're just average. And they do damage, yeah, and they can fuck shit up, but a real hard mouth dog, man, you got to see it.
You start losing as soon as he start biting on you.
Yeah.
You know you losing.
You're gonna see it.
Yeah, you know you losing.
Even the way they hold on, they take hold. It's like whatever they're holding on, it's in their mouth.
They disappear. Their face and everything disappear.
Yeah.
And then you find their ass shaking you off your feet. You're already in trouble, and they just get poured on.
Yeah, that's a good point. They're violent too. They're violent, man. They're reaching in for a deeper hold and a deeper hold and a deeper hold, or they're shaking the shit out of you, keeping you off balance, and whether they're cutting you or poking you or just the pressure, you can see how it affects the other dog.
Yeah, as I said, they
start dropping and shit. They
Yeah.
can't get up, you know?
Like I said, and you when you run across them ones that ain't been over 20 minutes, you damn near dealing with a little pandy. They come right out the ride, just come in there and wreck your shit. You might have had a good dog. It just was not the dog to be in there with that dog.
Yeah, right. And sometimes, you know, dogs like that, you know, not pandy, but other ones, they'll quit, right?
Mm-hmm.
But sometimes you get some that don't, and they have heart. You ain't gonna beat them, man. Not only are they gonna kill you, they ain't going nowhere either. They stay there. It don't matter if it goes 45 minutes, an hour, whatever. Some handlers, they leave them there to try to get the scratching start, whatever the reason.
Mm-hmm.
So what? They'll stay there and finish your ass. And some of them will eat you.
That's true. Get to going in that gut, trying to rip that mother out.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, they will.
And it's not, you know, we call them cannibals, and they are cannibals, you know. But if you look at it just you know, common sense wise, right? If they, let's say they're in your shoulder, and they pull a chunk off your shoulder, right? They're not going to let go and spit the meat out. They're going to swallow it and continue biting.
Yep, that's true.
So yeah, they'll eat your ass, you know. And some of them, you can be laid out and they'll start pulling you apart and ripping chunks off. You know, so there are different ways to go about it, but that's why some dogs are cannibals. They ain't gonna stop to spit a piece of meat out. You know, they fucking swallow it. That's what Big General did, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And his first fight, he went over an hour because they had a head dog on him. And the dog held him out, and his head was swelling up. Well, when he got to the legs and shoulders, every bite he took, he broke something.
Yep.
He broke it. It disabled it. Go to one leg, take it out. Go to the other leg and shoulder, take it out. So it went some time. So he wasn't no cur, no rank cur, none of that, you know. And then when he went against Black Bart, his first hold, he pulled a chunk of meat off and swallowed it, like John Mayfield told me, you know. So, you know, that one only went 43 minutes, but there are dogs like that, man. What we was trying to do is get a whole bunch of them like that. You know, that's
right.
What we do.
Yeah. And you got to be selective when you do that. You got to be selective when you do that. Just don't go grab the sister because, you know, that's because she got a brother. No. It might not work. Give me the brother.
It might not work.
Give me the brother. Let me find a bitch or take the brother and bring back to the sister. But those traits is hard to maintain, Scoop. Boy, they really are.
Yeah. And it's a trait like anything else. Everything basically is a trait. You just got to know where it's coming from. You got to recognize where, you know, when you see it.
Yep.
And then if you breed it, hopefully they can pass that on.
Right. You got to answer the question.
It's several traits.
Yeah. You got to answer the question. And that's like with these breedings that we still pulling up dogs. And we still seeing dogs that's got formulas. And I think the number's even higher. I think great dogs majority of the great dogs is in the high 80s and 90s. They got great. Cause I still have not yet put a pedigree of a champion that wasn't bred worth of shit. I haven't.
Yeah. Yeah.
And if he is one on there, he's not producing shit. He didn't produce nothing.
Right. Those are, you know, when you have great dogs or you have titled dogs, you know, whether a one-time winner, two-time winner, champion, grand champion, and they don't produce, that's an anomaly. That's a rarity. People talk about it all the time. Well, this dog didn't produce that. Okay. They're very few. Because throughout the history of the breed, like I said 100 times, I'll keep saying it, most of the dogs were competed with. Mm-hmm. So the ones that were competed with and they bred and they're able to pass it on, that's what you're going to run with. Because they're dog fighters, like we say all the time. They're competitors. So they not only want dogs that they can use, they're going to get dogs from the ones they did use.
Wow.
Right?
Yes, sir.
So for example, Tutors, Jeff, Tutors, Buck, Tutors, Spike, all of them champions. All of them were produced. There's a reason for that. That's why people bred to them. That's why you see these crosses. Zeke was a 4-time winner. Bodil was a 1-time winner, best in show. Zeke was a 4-time winner. Ozzie Stevens Homer was a 4-time winner. You know, Buck was a 7-time winner. Mayday was a 5-time winner. Yellow was a 5 or 6-time winner. Yellow John was a champion. I mean, it's right there in front of you. So when you hear these people talk about, well, some dogs don't produce. Yeah, they don't produce. They just don't click. They don't work. Move on. Don't concentrate on that.
Yeah.
Don't use that excuse to breed some piece of shit. Don't use that as a reason to continue with it. You know, well, some dogs, don't produce. Shut up, man. Most of the good ones do. Art, Zebo, name them, man. They got fucking bloodlines named after them.
So
There's a reason for that.
Yeah.
You know, Nicarino, 6-time winner, whatever. And some of them, they ain't all aces and they ain't, but they were competed with. Win, lose, or draw, whatever it is, they were in the box.
No.
And there's some that wasn't.
Right.
And everybody has some that wasn't. I do too. You know, some of my best dogs, I didn't, like Lucy, I didn't use her. She was match quality. She was a badass bitch, but she was the only female in her litter. So I just, I rolled her out, game test, all that shit. And I wanted to use her for breeding because I wanted more like her.
Mm-hmm.
And like her litter mate. And like her daddy and mama. So you do that, but the vast majority of them, especially if you're a competitor and you're a breeder or you're a competitor and you breed dogs, you're gonna use the ones that come off the ones that you competed with.
Right.
Or if you go to someone else's yard, you want to breed to a dog that has a title, some kind of win or something, or you saw him. You go to a show and you saw him. Go, man, I'd like to breed to that dog. You go see a good dog at a show, and you ask the dude, is he open for stud or can you make a breed? And they say, yeah. You ain't asking him about his brother. You ask him about him because you saw him win. You don't know shit about his brother and you don't care about his brother. You want him. So, some of it's hype, but most of it ain't, man. It's been that way forever. It'd be like, you got game fowl, you got racehorses, you got hound dogs. If you run hound dogs, you want the ones that are good at it. The best hound dogs, those are the ones you're going to breed. Hound dog people that have hound dogs for hunting, if the dog don't hunt, they cull it. Ain't no question if it's cold or it's cur or whatever you want to call it. They never question it. They will not use it, man. It don't serve no purpose. They don't care about, the genes and maybe he could produce it. Nah, fuck that. Ain't doing it.
Now, I was gonna say, Bella and them, they did a lot of Mexico, and they came over the border a lot. I noticed that back there in the day, that they was going into kennels in Texas and shit a lot. They didn't mind coming over that border.
Yeah, no, he didn't. He would come over, and he was gonna fight. If you came in overweight or whatever the reason, whether you pay the forfeit or don't pay the forfeit to him, he's gonna fight you. He didn't care, man. And he did good, He did good. He had a lot of, the champion, grand champion, this and that, 2-time winner, 1-time winner, all of it. Real success. He's still alive. I don't think he does dogs anymore. I met him in Mexico. Real nice guy, man. Real lot of humbleness and respectful and all like that.
Well, how many dogs did he have? Because, man, he was in the journal so damn much, man. It was like every issue. He had
I don't know.
Dogs. I mean, Bella and Claire was...
He had money, so I would guess he probably had, whether it was 1 spot, 2 spot, 3 spot, or help, farm dog or whatever. He probably had a ton of them all over the place,
Yes,
and
sir.
then they just go through them and use the best ones, That Champ Booger, he was a 4-time winner, I think. He lost to champion Gator, Rodriguez champion Gator.
Yes, sir.
He was a 4-time winner. In fact, I think when Chambuga lost, Stoga won on that same card.
Was that his brother?
Stoga, that grand champion.
Oh, yo, Soga, yeah. Yeah, grand champion Soga.
Yeah. When Gator beat Chambuga, Stoga won on that same card. So he won and lost on the same card. Sometimes he'd win, he'd lose both of them, or 3 of them. Other times he'd win 3 or 4 on the same card. He's a dog fighter, man. He didn't care. He'd go at you again and again and again.
I know it. 1 year he got DOGMEN of the year. So yeah, I remember that. Yes, sir.
Yeah. If you go back to hell, you'll see him in there.
Yes, sir.
He's all over the place, dude. Sometimes more than once or twice in the same issue.
Yeah, more than once or twice. I'm talking about maybe 6, 7 times. I mean, every other page he was.
Yeah.
He's got a dog being
this
matched.
show, that show. Sometimes it's 1 dog, sometimes it's 2, 3, 4, whatever. And the next issue he'd be in there again,
Yeah.
But down there, they fight all year long.
Yeah, Mexican Dan was another one that I used to be real vaccinated with.
Yeah.
He was another one. He didn't do as much as Belline, but man, you do not want to go into that guy because that guy had a bad habit of coming with 3, 4 dogs and winning all 3 and 4 of them dogs. I mean, a lot.
Yeah, and he was one of the first guys from out here, at least, that traveled with his dogs all across the country. He'd go to Mississippi or Louisiana, Texas.
He was
he's
everywhere.
probably the first guy to ever fly with a dog on a plane for a match.
Yeah, that Mexican Dan was a bad boy. He was definitely had some good ass dogs, and I never knew what bloodline that was he was using.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he had that first Bolio Corvino Eli cross. That's what they were using. Bull and Aunt Jane and Little Girl, and they had a 6-time winner. What the hell was his name? I forget. Anyway, they traveled all over with him. He won California, he won in Mexico, he won in Louisiana.
He won everywhere because he was in the journal a lot.
Yeah, a lot. And then that little girl, it was either Little Girl or Aunt Jane. He went to wherever Robert Barfield's from. He was on a convention there. He won Best in Show with that little, she was like a little 30-pound big. So he won Best in Show in Mississippi or wherever that it was at. And then she also won in Baja, and she won in California. Yeah, man, he's gone to deep into Mexico, on the border, Texas, Arizona, Louisiana, Mississippi, all over the damn place,
Yeah, I got Tammy up here now. Hey, guess who else I had up there just a second ago? I had Andy Cap off the Carver Pistol Dog.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I showed him that one.
Okay.
I got Mexican Dan up here with Tammy now off of Indian Snoopy, off of that Hooks Indian Bull and H&H Aunt Jane, Bolio dog, Bolio top.
Right. Well, what's the name of it?
Mexican Dan's Tammy.
Tammy?
Yeah, and in the bottom is Greenwood off of Okie and Jero's Pat.
Right. Yeah, that was see, that's bull, that's if you go back you'll see it's Corvino and Eli Jr. and Bolio, right?
Yes, sir.
And he told me he didn't, not to knock Greenwood, but he said he didn't have a lot of good luck with Greenwood stuff, But some of them worked out, But it's just, it's funny you mentioned that because, like we were talking earlier, you have Greenwood and then you have the Jero, Gunner, Argyle Sunday, all that stuff.
Shit looked like it was working to me.
Yeah. Well, this one did. Yeah, definitely. And it just, you know, you might look at it and say, well, that shit don't go together. It don't matter. There's commonality behind there. It don't matter. You're going on the dog. You know, Oki was a 2-time winner, and you know the Lonzo stuff, and then you got Gunner was a 4-time winner, Argyle Sunday, you know, badass dog. And Argyle Sunday, she's kind of an example, you know, when you talk about skipping generations, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Because Davis was a soft mouth dog. He won in well over 2 hours, maybe close to 3 hours, and Maloney called him mush mouth. He didn't have no mouth, but he won.
Game with hell.
His daddy was Tudor Spike. So you have hard biting Tudor Spike. You have Davis, who don't have no mouth, and then you have Argyle Sunday, who's one of the hardest biting dogs ever. So, in my opinion, it skipped a generation. Spike did, went from Davis to Argyle Sunday, and you see the hard mouth in Argyle Sunday again.
I just wanted to point out one thing here about that while I was over here. Mexican Dan is the one that had Grand Champion Rowdy.
That's the one I was thinking of. Yeah. He was a 6-time winner.
And he shows up in Mayday papers.
Yeah. That's what I did a thing on that before too. All that Indian Crusher, Bull, and all that, Rowdy and all that. If you look, I think it's the top side, on the bottom side of Mayday's pedigree, on that top side, you'll see those same dogs.
Yes, sir. That Patrick Boney Macaroni bred to that Grand Champion Rowdy. That's it right there.
That's it. Boney Maroney, yeah. And not only that, he's a 6-time winner. His last 2 or 3 fights, he was blind in one eye. He don't have no eyes, you know. And he got bits and pieces missing off of his lids and all that. He's a tough dog. But he matched him like that, blind. He didn't care. He lost his eye in the match, and then he kept doing them after that.
Yeah,
he didn't care, man. He good. He knows how to fight. He knows what he's doing.
Yeah, he sure the hell did. And they bred good too, though. They was crossing that Eli. They was crossing that Eli into that Bolio, man.
Yeah, and the Corvino too.
And the Cavino, yes.
So when you see that, India Sonny was doing it, or Soros was doing it.
They was all doing it.
Yeah. The guy who had Barney, you know, McCaw, they were doing it. You know, a lot of people, you know, because it worked.
Okay, I didn't know that. I'm sitting here looking at Bolio being crossed into a daughter off of damn Eli and Brandy.
Yeah.
No, I had that Mayday shit in. I had the Mayday shit. I never looked at that deep into it and noticed that the Mayday had Eli in him. I knew he had Eli in him based on the Grand Champion Rowdy stuff, but I didn't know it was crossed with the Bolio. It just makes that Hollandworth shit look even stronger.
Yeah, it's kind of like what you say about your stuff. It got the Supernet stuff in there.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Kind of like that. A little bit of it, but it's in there.
It's in there.
And it can have an impact on your dog.
Yeah, it did. I mean, I'm trying to figure out where the Mayday dogs get the crazy from. I mean, Bolio crossed into some Eli shit, and then you got Bolio crossed into some Carver shit. I mean, Bolio was a Carver dog down there.
Yeah, he was. Just a little bit different from some of them, but still commonality back there. You know, it still has some of the Ed Crenshaw stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But it's got Black Widow, you know, it's got Craham's Rascal, it's got Dibo, you know, Black Widow does. And then, you know, you put it with the Eli stuff, or you put it with more Dibo, you know, or Kern Lucky, or, you know, it's all good dogs, Zeke and all that they were putting together. And that's what made Black Widow so important, you know. They brought her to different males. She threw great dogs. She's in the pedigree of a lot of stuff, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And not only that, in Bolio, her sister's in there too. It ain't just her, it's her sister, Judy or Granny or whatever it is.
Well,
so you see that line breeding of that stuff, you know.
Right. And you got to give credit to the damn guys is taking the female. See, I wonder if guys really pay attention to that. You know, they look at the pedigrees, but do they pay attention to that dang guy that has that bitch? The moves that you make with your bitch.
That is most important.
That's the key.
You know, my top three are Black Widow, not in any particular order, but Black Widow, Honey Bunch, and Dirty Mary, right?
Yep.
But you could go, you know, Arch Missy. You could go, you know, even you know, Buck's mama or whatever, you know, any female that's a good producer that you can make part of your foundation, or you can key on her. That's the secret, in my opinion. That's where you should be paying more attention. Just for the simple fact, not only, but one of the reasons is because they can't throw a lot of dogs.
Right.
They can't throw what a male can throw. So if you find a female that can produce to whatever you breed her to, she's like gold, man.
Sure the hell is.
Yeah, there's males. There's a dime a dozen males. There's a ton of them.
Yep.
Females, there's a lot of them too, but they can't produce as many pups. So you got to key on that when you find one and make it part of your family of dogs, because they're going to be able to pass on all their good shit. You're going to get something every time you breed her, which ain't that often.
Yep.
I mean, even if you breed her her whole life, twice a year, you still, what are you going to get? 20 breedings out of her?
Yeah.
There's males out there that have hundreds of breedings.
Sure the hell is. That's true.
and you know, kind of offspring, but yeah, for me, female's important, you know.
Female is the most important to me. You can fool yourself and think you can just take any female and breed it and think you're going to get something. My point is this right here. You want some real good dogs, get a good female. I'd rather take a cold bitch and breed her, and I'd rather take a match bitch and breed her. I ain't going to go anything between that. If you go, you're going to get tested. You're going to get tested hard. Period.
Yeah.
If you don't go, guess what? You got a chance. Don't even act like you want to go. You got a chance. Because them little cold bitches, man, there's something in their genetic line, man, that is like...
Well, that's the idea behind it. They're the catalyst, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you're not breeding on what she is. You're breeding on what's behind her, or what her litter mates were, her parents, grandparents, and maybe her litter mates were some badass dogs.
Right.
That idea or that concept comes from game fowl guys, because they don't match the hand.
Oh,
right?
okay.
So Frank Shy, a very famous game fowl breeder, competitor, all that stuff. His idea, you know, it had to do the hens. They had to have a certain behavior and temperature. They had to have a certain structure, but they also had to come from their brothers had to be ace cocks, and their sire had to be an ace cock. That was standard with him.
Oh, okay.
So it's kind of that concept that you do with cold females. You know, with the dogs too. You know, their litter mates are good. Their mama, daddy's good. Their grandpa like that, because you don't know what she is. You don't fight. You know.
Right.
The only difference is because they're pit dogs. You can check your females too. You know, you can. But it's something that a lot of people did breed cold females, and a lot of them do great dogs. But the concept, I think, comes from game fowl, because a lot of the dog guys will have game fowl too.
Right,
so
true.
They just use the same method, same kind of concept, technique, and like that.
It takes a lot.
You know, you breeder, you have that selection. You have a whole litter that you can run through and check and see what they turn out to be.
Right, right, and that's a good thing.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. You know, we both talk about that. You know, try and keep all the pups if we can.
Yes, sir.
I had pics of the litters. Most of them turned out the way I thought. But you never know. You could be wrong. I've been wrong. So if you keep them all, if you right and that one you pick, that's the baddest in the litter, you're good.
Yeah.
If you're wrong, and it's his brother or his sister that's the baddest one in the litter, you're okay because you kept them anyway. You still have them. You know.
Yep. And if somebody got away with it, he'll come back, because I'll go bother him.
There you go. Yeah. Make them friendships or acquaintances, you know.
Yeah, because they're going to appreciate the fact that they got it from you.
They should.
Yes, sir.
Because that happens too. Sometimes they don't appreciate it, and it ends right there. They don't realize, well, they just lost that connection. They can't get no more dogs from me. They might want something else.
Or they don't want you to get it. They don't want you to get it back. That's what they, you know.
Well, okay, that's true. That's true. You know what I say to that? I don't care. I'll make more dollars.
That's
I know
how.
how to do it. I know how to do it. But if they do it right, you have that relationship. You can be trading dogs back and forth. You can breed to his dog. He can breed to yours. You give him a pup. He give you a pup. He borrow a grown dog from you. You borrow a grown dog from him. Use them. It's great. But people get, you get in their head and you get an ego and all this bullshit, and then the relationship ends right there. Well, if they like your stuff, they ain't getting no more. If you got an 8-time winner, 10-time winner, if just one, make another 8, 10-time winner or whatever. They don't end, is what I'm saying. They don't end because somebody got one of your dogs or they screwed you over. And they stole your dog or kept it or didn't do, what they said they were going to do. That's all right. I'll make more and better ones too.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hey, Schoolboy, as always, you saves me all the time because that was very interesting to me. Especially when it came to the Belline Club popping up in there. See how you just led me back to something you should have been here on Tuesday talking about. Because I was dipping and dabbing and touching with it, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it still ended up back on him today.
Yeah, I peeked into it, but I got hung up with some stuff that I had to do. But I would have helped you out there. But you guys do good. You don't need me. It's just nice being on there.
To be honest, Belline Club and them, you know the Mexican guys and how they match those dogs. People just don't understand a lot of the shit that we exported out to them, them import dogs are coming back. They coming back. They're coming back.
Yeah, that's how it went. It ain't like, they got real popular around the 60s, right?
Mm-hmm.
But Mexico had been importing dogs since the 30s, Colby, right? So a lot of that Mexican, but it don't only have the Eli, and the Bolillo and the Red Lady, Stu Fowler and the Booger stuff. It has Colby Lightner stuff in the background. So it would be the same. That's why they want the Ed Crenshaw stuff too. Not just because they were good dogs, but because there's a commonality with Colby Lightner. Or they want the Bullet stuff for this Colby Lightner. Or they get the Divo stuff because it goes with Colby, like that. And so they're importing dogs from Mexico, and things have a way of coming around, and they'll start exporting dogs back to the United States.
I was just wondering if anybody picked up on the fact that Belline Club and them, a lot of their dogs was the United States. But if you notice, when they turned into a Mexican dog, it was usually a champion they was breeding back into their own shit with. It was definitely...
Yeah. They so competitive, man, that it's not uncommon for like a dog like Negra Tomasa to be a 6 or 7 or 8-time winner. They have a ton of them, a bunch of them. If they can compete with them after the first or second or third or fourth, whatever, they're going to do it. They're going to do it. And because there was so much activity down there, you could any time of the year, you could go to Mexico and there's a convention every weekend somewhere.
Yeah.
Somewhere. And sometimes more than one, sometimes several of them. Right?
Yes, sir.
Just pick a spot. It don't matter if it's Baja, Mexico City, Morelia, Arandas, up by the border, Texas, all that, way deep down south, in the Yucatan, and man, Monterey, it don't matter. They're all over the place. And I would guess they're still doing the same thing today. And then sometimes during the week, they have a show here, one single match or whatever. But it ain't nothing for them to have 15 or 20 matches on a show. And they start in the morning, go all the way during the day, sometimes into the night, depending on how many they have or how fast they go and all that. And then the next weekend, I know one guy, you know, whether he was telling the truth or not, it's common. Because within a 2 or 3 month time span, I've seen him in 3 or 4 different spots. I've seen him in Baja, I've seen him in Mexico City, I've seen him in Modet. Same dude, right? He's matching all these dogs. In 1 year, this is what he told me, right? So I don't know if it's, you know, gospel truth, but he told me he matched 45 dogs in a year. He won 40 and he lost 5.
Damn.
And when I seen him those 3 times, he won 2 and he lost 1. And he was telling me, you know, it didn't matter that much that he lost. He said, I got 2 more going next week, Richard. And then I got another one, you know, another 2 or 3, 4, whatever it was, spread out over the next month after that. So that's all this kid did, man. He was young. That's all he did was match dogs. And some were his, some were other people's. They would hire him, this and that, and he had them going. So he's at a show, he had his son or whoever, the kennel partner, whatever, conditioning the dog while he's gone on the trip. So he's doing a bunch. But that's not, you know, it's kind of rare, but it's not uncommon. There's people that did that. Bayonne, they'd have, like I said, they have 4 this month, 4 next month, 2 the next month, 3 the next one, 1 after that, and then 4 more after that. Just boom. Because they, like I said, they do it all year long. Heat, altitude, cold, it don't matter. On the beach, in the mountains, in town, you know, different businesses, at motels, everywhere, dude. You know.
Damn. Now that's what you call getting
and, you know,
it in.
It was kind of like that for us back in the day too. You know that in your time and my time.
Oh yeah.
Pretty much. You know, at least during the season, you could pick and choose. Well, which show do I want to go to? Do I want to go up north? Do I want to go down south? Do I want to go east, west, whatever? And you miss certain dog because you're watching this one, but this other dog or dog guys are going in a different state or a different town somewhere else.
Right.
You know, you can't make them all. But it was pretty busy, man. I had shows at least once a month in my house, at least, from September to May. Sometimes it was 1 show, sometimes it was 4 or 5, you know? And I did that for about 5 years, you know? Great. You know, I did it all the time, but for 5 years straight, that's pretty much all I did, you know? Plus the chickens and the roosters and the horse racing.
Oh, you did it. You did those too?
Yeah. Well, I hosted them. They call them hack fights, where you just show up and you match weight, you know. And then we'd have 20 or 30 rooster fights in a day, you know. And then once a month, because my house was a quarter mile to the street, right? That's what the quarter horses, the Mexican, they run a quarter mile. So I would do that once a month. Just host it, you know. And they're gambling, they're betting. In between the cockfights, you know, while they're tying the birds up and all that, people jump in the pit and they start rolling dice. And, you know, you might have 5 minutes, 6 minutes, they just boom, boom, boom like that. And then birds coming in, you jump out, that one's over, you jump in there again, start rolling dice.
No. Oh, they gamble like they was gamblers.
Like that, you know, and then maybe off to the side of, you know, I set up a little table, they could play the cards. And just gamble, just do cards like that. They weren't really there for the chicken. They just want to play cards and bet money. They gamble all kinds of shit.
Don't forget the drinking. Don't forget the drinking.
Drinking too.
Hell yeah.
You know, and my thing was, you know, I charged them a gate. It was only like $5. But then I charged them for food, for drinks, you know, $5 a plate and $1 beer or a soda, like that. So it could be lucrative, you know. That's you know, 30 years ago. But you know. And then if you want to bet, you know, you could bet too. Bet on the bird. I was pretty good at dice, so I'd get in there and go back clean like that. And in 5 minutes, you can make $100. You know.
Right.
That's pretty good wages. So it was, you know, it's part of my culture too. You know, Mexicans like to gamble. We like to fight roosters. You know.
And
like
drink.
Dogs, we like horses.
And drink.
So.
And they drink like crazy.
Yeah. They drink, man. You name it, they'll drink it. And mostly tequila, you know.
Yeah, but
They'll drink whiskey, they'll drink beer. They don't give a shit. Once they start get rolling, they do everything.
they be kicking it. Kicking it.
But, yeah. But it was, you know, for me, like I said, because of my culture, it wasn't like no big thing, you know. You weren't scared and you weren't, you know, like, you know, you got to watch out for people. No, they're just regular working people. They bet, you know, $150, $200 on their birds, you know, for each match, and sometimes more, you know, and like that. So you bring 3 or 4 birds, depending on how you go, you can make $300 or $400 in one day. That's a lot of money for them, you know. Side bets and all that, you know.
Well, I got to pull up this one dog here, y'all, and this is the guy that when my boy went, my KP had red ace litter, right? When we bred the ace to Amber, when he got locked up, the puppies was in New York. I drove all the way up. He said, go up to New York and get these dogs. And this is the guy's house that I went to. Me and him became friends, and we became friends for a long time. Sean B, that had Champion Justice.
What dog is it?
Champion Justice. Sean B's Champion Justice.
Okay.
It was off of Black Pass and Miss Rage. Bred the Champion STP's BB. Off of Buck and Bonnie.
Oh, okay, yeah, I got it.
Yeah,
now,
that was a game ass dog though. He was super, super, super game. I'm telling you.
That's a good breeding, man. I saw on video, either Tasmanian or Paz Junior. I forget which one.
It was Paz. I think that was Paz.
Yeah, he was a good dog.
Yeah, they had one of Paz Junior beating Ram.
Okay. I forget which one it is, but yeah, he was a good dog, man. I like him. That's a good breeding here.
Yeah, and me and him became real good friends. Yeah, I left him with one puppy, and that puppy ended up going down to Thunder Kennels down there in Texas. Carlos, and she was a one-time winner. She was a litter mate to Red Ace.
Oh, okay.
Yep, she was a one-time winner. All the other ones, I took them with me. But yeah, man, that was Sean B. I had to bring him up because he's up there in the same area. He, you know, Captain America, LaFonz, Andre, they was all, you know, they all went into each other up in that area, you know? And
yeah,
Sean was pretty good. He had some good dogs, man.
Nice.
And he bred, he produced Justice, reading the STP. Right. You know, up there, everybody was running the STP. I'm gonna tell you.
Right. Yeah, they were from New York too.
Yeah, that's how I met John Bemis. I never met nobody. Only person I ever seen was John Bemis. I met him.
Right.
But that was something
there was some old time dog guys, because before they became STP, you'll see them in the journal, separate names, you know.
Yeah.
And they were matching dog way in the late '60s, early '70s.
I'd be wondering who was conditioning them dogs. They was all old and lazy.
I think Bemis did most of it, but all of them at some point before and during that time conditioned dogs. All of them did. So it's just a matter of, you know.
Man, John Bemis don't even look like he'll walk around the corner, man.
Really?
He was just, I mean, I just don't know how he put all those dogs in shape.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if he.
I would love to learn his treadmill remedy on how you get dogs to, you know, to run that meal when you didn't have them raised on the chain for so damn long, you know?
Yeah. There's got to be a method to his madness, or madness to his method, because he was successful. You can't knock it. Even I don't know if that's all he used. You know, we'd have we'd have to ask him, but whatever they did, man, they again, they had a ton of dogs, like 25 champions and 5 French, whatever it is, they were very successful. But Mr. T was part of that, and the Pollock, they were brothers or cousins. So there were like four of them, I think, that were part of SPP.
Yeah.
And the way that came about is when they used to report stuff, it would say Solo, Mr. T, and the Pollock, and they just shortened it to SPP.
That's what it was. I always wondered where the STP came from.
Yeah.
So who was the Pollock? Mr. Bemis?
And Pollock.
Mr. Bemis, the Pollock?
Yeah, him and I think and the other one was too, or the other two was. And I think I'm not sure, but I think Mr. T was black, or Solo was black. But they have the, I'd have to go back and go through it and see which is what, but they're separately, they're in the journal,
Yeah.
And then they just formed a team later, and they started out.
So Pollock was okay. So I used to see that Pollock.
Yeah, the Pollock. I don't know if they were brothers, cousins, or whatever, but there was 2 of them.
Okay.
And then Mr. T also, and then that might have been Charlie Kennerowitz. I don't know. I can't remember. And then Solo, I don't remember. That wasn't. They used to use their real names, is what I'm saying, back in the day. And then they came up with the monikers. Solo, Mr. T, and Pollock. And like I said, it went back to SPP. But they're in there. They're in there, all over New York now. Yeah, that's the thing with the Sporting Dog Journal. Most of the reports early on, started in '72. Most of them were the dogs from the north and Canada. That's where you see Jero and Jean Payeur and the Petronelli, and you see all these New York guys and New Jersey guys and Rhode Island, Captain America with Louis Vinagro and all them. So a lot of the reports that they had, most of them were from up north.
Yeah,
and then it branched out. Then when you moved down to Georgia, most of them were from the south, and then that spread out too, and then all over the country, all over the world, Mexico, Europe,
That's some shit. I'm just I'm going down through his pedigree and just noticing, Sean, him and my kennel partner was partners.
Right.
Before I got the dogs, Amber was in New York.
Yeah.
He had Amber too. I took Amber and I took the Ace puppies.
Right.
And picked them up.
Yeah.
But when
he got that name from Irish Tom Justice. Because he's in the pedigree, back there.
Yes, sir. Yep.
But they're all familiar dogs, all breedings we've seen, maybe litter mates to some. And then you see just the grandparents, champion Black Tasmanian, champion Miss Ray, grand champion Buff, champion Bonnie. And you keep going back, and a lot of dogs, winners and shit, champions,
Yeah, but one thing about it, you could tell him and my kennel partner, they had that concept. The concept that I drove on. Breed your shit to champions.
Yeah.
Champions produce champions.
Yep. Yeah, man.
He made justice all around by doing just that.
Yeah.
Damn good breedings too. They were like,
A lot of them, man. A lot of them, And they kind of they would go with what was successful, They had boil stuff. They had, the Red Boy Jocko, the Red Boy stuff. They had, whatever worked for them, and they try this and they try that, and if it worked, they'd use it, and then they'd include it in their breeding program too.
Yep, it did. Well, Schoolboy, as we get ready to wind it down, as always, you know, you are the professors. Thank you for stopping in and giving us a great show. Because you just
anytime, brother. Thanks for having me on, and salute to everybody in the chat. And thanks for showing up. Great show, great topic. And
well,
man,
I
we'll
hope
do
I
this
keep
again,
on
you
hitting
know.
these great topics because all the ones that are a little hard for me, you know, I ain't gonna lie to you, Schoolboy. It'd be a trap, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'll be trying to trap you. Cause I'll be wanting to hit you right where I know you be like, I know if Schoolboy's watching this, he's gonna call. I just know. A big boy ain't gonna leave me out here. He see me stutter twice, he gonna call. You know.
Yeah, like that, yeah. Yeah, I caught a little bit, and I go, hey, I know them, dog. I'm gonna go call them and talk about
That's
them.
right.
I know a little bit about Jero and all that. Yeah.
I wanted to hit him with the Bellline Club because too many people don't know about the Bellline Club and don't know how deadly they was out there. You know?
Man. I mean, you know, just as famous down there and in some parts of the U.S. and just as active as all them famous names you see up here. Man.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I really want to do I want to do a show on them too, Schoolboy, just to let you know. You know, if you can help us out
Anytime.
on the Backstreet to help me get some
Mike.
information and set it up.
Just let me know. I got a bunch of notes here, you know. And, you know, like I said, Mr. Gray was part of it, so I got a ton of information from him. And I met Bayonne, you know, and I never saw him compete, but I've seen dogs spread down from him. And, of course, you know, Mr. Gray had some of that. Bud had it. He don't have dogs no more, but, you know, so. And then I seen other people that had his stuff and like that, you know. So just hit me up whenever you want to do it. We'll have a good show, another good show.
Yes, sir. I want to make sure I get everything I need, so I will definitely be getting with you because I really want to do that. Then, you know.
Well, we're talking about the Mexicans ain't got shit. You know?
Hey, like we used to say back in the day, go down there and find out.
Go down there and find out now. I can tell you some people you can bump into.
Yeah.
You ain't gotta go across the border. Just go to.
Successful. When they went down to Mexico, they did win, but they got their ass handed to them too. You know.
Yeah.
And they'll fight anybody. I've seen people from Europe go into them, from South America.
Yeah, Brazil. Everybody runs to Mexico, but you know what?
Yeah. They don't give a shit, man.
They
all over from Canada go down there. And they'll compete just to be on the show, just, you know, to go into good competition, man.
Right. And then that was the great thing about it, too, because they were able to, when the law cracked down on the states, they were able to build on their dogs using our concept, using their champions. They got into breeding that championship, man, and came up with some hellified shit through these last couple years. I mean, Black Rock is almost a damn proven point that, you know, that, hey, you can take these dogs and cross these dogs because we just slowed down and they over there testing they shit all up in Mexico, making they shit strong as hell.
Yeah.
Taking the best.
They're doing it for years.
And then taking the best and breeding it.
Sometimes, you know, you see sometimes online, you know, where can I get that Mexican Eli and this and that, and you know, because they have that history and that record of competition, and they have a lot of good dogs, bunch of them. Some of the best I've seen was down there, you know, just like up here. Some of the best I've seen was up here. Some of the best I've seen was down there too, man.
Well,
badass dog.
I tell you what, there's just in some of the dogs that, you know, I would have to say right there at that borderline, that 20-year mark, you started noticing them sliding back into the States.
Yeah. Yeah, we ain't no dummies either, man. We want the good shit too, you know.
It's true, you know. You know.
Yeah.
They wanted to take care of that stick with the yard they didn't have shit, because they cranked it up. They cranked it up.
Yeah. Yeah. And like I said, they love hard biting dogs, man. They do. Just like their Mexican fighter, they love hard punchers. You know, you go through the list. You know, you go, you know, Marquez and Ferreira, you got Pepino Cuevas, and you got, you know, all these hard-hitting Mexican fighters. They love it, man. So it transfers over to their dog. They want hard biting some bitch wherever they bite.
Don't forget the rough shit. Don't forget the rough. They be hard biting and very rough.
Yeah.
Fast land.
I've seen dogs win. You know, I've seen dogs down there win 8 minutes, 17 minutes, 20 minutes, 15 minutes, 9 minutes. They don't mess around, man.
Blowouts. I mean, they be blowouts. That's why they have.
And you know, and sometimes it's a first-time up dog going into a champion or a grand champ, 3-time winner going into a grand champion, or you know, or two-time winners going to each other. First-time up dog going into a 2-time winner. They don't care. They don't care. They throw the weight out, whatever they get, whatever comes their way, that's going to go into. So you see that variety like that. I've seen first-time up dogs beat grand champ. I saw one in 9 minutes beat the champion. Her first time up, 9 minutes, broke her jaw. Done.
Yeah.
In fact, the shortest match I've seen, which was 2 minutes from beginning to end, the dog hit the other dog in the throat. In 2 minutes, that dog was done. 2 minutes, dude.
Bitter so hard, passed out. Dropped dead.
That's it. He couldn't do nothing. You know, he couldn't get him out, you tried, but it was over. And little by little, he just faded out asleep, you know?
Yep. That's something there. Well, again, man, we got to get our thumbs up in there before you go, schoolboy. You got to rat them out. You got to rat them up.
All right.
All right,
Appreciate it.
You got it, big bro. Get that in, man.
All right.
All right, fellas, y'all know what time it is. And for my main man, the Professor Schoolboy, I need y'all to show me some love. I need y'all to put them fingers on that damn keyboard and give me them damn thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Muscles, muscles, muscles. Now give me some damn roses.
Hey, you need them roses.
We need the damn roses. We need them damn roses.
Just put your finger on there, just let it run for a minute, show them how much we appreciate the information that it comes in here and gives us. Because it's good information. Definitely love it when he show up. Hey guys, I really appreciate that, big bro.
Appreciate that, big bro.
As always.
All right. We'll talk soon.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Uh-huh.
Respect. Thank
Yes,
you,
sir.
brother.
Uh-huh. Bye-bye, big bro.
Bye. Bye.
Hey, man, it's always a privilege when you have that greatness slide through and get you off the hook. Because I could have never got that deep. Okay? I'm going to let y'all know. I could have never got that deep. Especially with some of the information that he brings to the table. You know? I can't barely talk their language, but I know one thing coming up in the game. That was one of my favorite kennels, Bellon, because every journal, you're going to see them in there. And I'm like, these Mexican dudes. And then I started noticing, no, they ain't just fighting in Mexico because, you know, when they started doing the asterisk shit, you know, some of their dogs would get the asterisk because the match was in Mexico. But then, you know, they got champions that did their matches here in the United States. All you got to do is come over the border one time and you're considered, you know, pertaining to the journal, you know, your championship ain't gonna just have no asterisk on it. You got one match in the States, you can have the other 2 or 3 in Mexico. As soon as you hit the United States and win, Jack didn't give a damn. You got a dog that can win in the States, he gonna give you that respect and give you that. Because you're gonna see a couple of them had asterisks, all their matches was in Mexico. They're gonna have an asterisk, but they got some, you know, that they made their championship in the United States. Hey, they got that United States prop. They didn't get the asterisk. So people would know these dogs got matched in the States too. So that was real.
Hey fellas, look. Now I know when Schoolboy come in here and we got people like that, and I see everybody realize it's a good show. I mean, a lot of information. I mean, probably y'all learned some stuff about that New York area that y'all weren't familiar with. My thing is, show a little appreciation by at least all you got to do is like hitting the like button. It's for free. Give me some damn thumbs up. I got 79 people in here. I wouldn't care if I got 20 people putting thumbs up, muscles, and some roses. That's just a small gift of appreciation, man. That to me,
do it again then. Do it again.
I need to get the goddamn thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Muscles, muscles, muscles. Now give me some goddamn roses. Give me some roses. We need them damn roses.
Now, damn it, get a man these damn roses.
What the hell wrong with y'all, man?
Y'all need to be filling that whole thing, or that thing should be just running.
I don't get it.
Y'all need to get it. Y'all need to show some love, y'all. No,
hey, man.
Y'all need to show some love. I sure as hell appreciate it. Appreciation
is always welcome. Whether it's thumbs up, roses, or muscles, $1.99, 99 cents, or just a shout out, or anything that you can give to someone to just show your appreciation is always going to be appreciated. And what we asking is at least for the guest.
Yeah, get that to him, man.
I like my guests to come back. And I want Schoolboy, everybody knows Schoolboy. That's the professor. But it's special when he come here. Special when he pick up and come in and say, Twin, good topic. And he come in and fill in all the gaps. Because that just go to show you. We know the New York area was like a nuclear, fallout zone. You go up in there, you better have your shit right. He knew that just as well. And then when you present the information, it's good information. And if y'all don't learn nothing from it, it's just okay. But at least you stuck around and just give a little bit back, man. We ain't not acting like we asking for any money. We just asking for a little bit of love.
Right. Show
some appreciation, man.
Come on, man.
Okay.
There you go, fellas.
There you go. Thank you. Shark Tank. Represent. That's all. That's the Shark Tank. Shark Tank supposed to be better than anything out here moving.
That's right.
You know what I mean? Y'all set the rules. Y'all set the groundwork.
These is real dog men up in here.
I'm hoping that's what we dealing with here is real dog men. You know
dog fighters too.
I mean, history is what it is. I got a phone call today. Got taken away from the show. And I had, somebody called in, one of the followers and everything. They just wanted to, show some appreciation because again, they are the ones that love the breed so much and be wondering what the future is going to look like. And wanted me to answer that question off screen. They want they don't want to get out here but they really want to know an answer. Like, Twin, you've been around these dogs long enough, Mo doing the show, and then you're gonna ask me, just tell us what you think the future gonna look like. The only thing I could come up with, is prohibition was a motherfucker till they turned it legal.
Until then, catch him on the highway.
Man, that's all I was saying.
Catch him on the highway. I'm bringing gallons of this shit.
I gotta tell you, man. Big shout out. I'm just saying. Prohibition was hell, but it didn't stop shit.
My advice to it would have been like this. You call him from the back street. You the future. That's what y'all do. But you take the chance on.
Right.
Everybody out there, it was illegal when I came
in. It is what it is.
The future's in y'all hands. It's not going to change.
It ain't never changed. And just again, we're not condoning or promoting anything. But they wasn't doing this. We had the same attitude, and they had the same attitude before us. And it's not like, just because things is like it is, there's just some people who are going to do what they want to do. And all I'm going to do is say, y'all the future. And so if that's what it be, may the best survive. But everybody, y'all know how this works. Any illegal activity, you know what you're facing when you're dealing with that illegal activity. Y'all do what y'all do. for the ones who just want to love them, samurai, what they're trying to do, get something together to give you something to do, to keep you out of trouble. That's just another way of looking into another way of doing things. But just because we say that, we're not putting down the real dog men who take those chances, who took those risks, who did the same things that we did. I mean, I don't have nothing against them. They know.
I'm gonna make sure y'all respect it. That's the damn show.
I mean, they gonna do what they do.
You
They've
can't
been
stick your
doing
head up there and argue your point. So
Don't argue your point. It ain't about you arguing your point. You don't have nothing to argue here. It ain't nothing. This is not for you any damn way. We talk to you based on what the history looked like. You know what the history is going to be looking like from us. Now, what happens in the future still going to be based on what these dogs were created for. And again, prohibition was a motherfucker. So I'm going to just leave it like that. Again, it is what it is. We didn't make the rules. We didn't make the condition. But the condition been like this since long before we got in the game, and I just truly believe it'll be like that long after we gone. So understanding that does not take away from the fact that if anybody or these guys are trying to do these new things, why we shouldn't support them. Because again, game ain't meant for everybody. People out jacking cars for a living. People out here doing all the crazy shit that they do in life. Because that's their hustle. Who am I to be knocking what people do for their hustle? That's their profession. It is what it is.
Saying that bullshit, though. You better not be saying that bullshit, though. That poo-poo.
Y'all know how the risk is. I mean, it's just life, man. I mean, we ain't here to be trying to sugarcoat shit. Life is what it is. I'm not talking to kids. I'm talking to grown people. Y'all done lived enough life to understand what life is all about. So we're not going to sit here and sugarcoat shit. It is what it is. All we can do is talk about the past. We're not trying to sit here and direct nobody toward the future. We wasn't doing it back then. They wasn't doing it back then, and then still was able to continue and move on, and we can still talk about them. So however it go down, still is, leave them alone. Let them do what they do. Because it's all on them anyway. And however they choose to do what they do, stand on it, and let them do what they do. It's their business. Nobody's telling nobody to go do anything. But who are we to say, sit out here and say, don't do it? I mean, you know how many of my friends were drug dealers? Are you serious? I mean, how would I look going out there telling them, hey, don't do that? Just wasn't for me. But even in my case, I always gave them a way out. If you ever wanted to stop and do something, man, maybe you need to get a trade. I mean, that type of shit. But when you got to feed your family, you want to do what you want to do, I let them do what they want to do. It's not on me to dictate and tell no man what they want, what they got to do. That ain't none of my damn business. Ain't none of my business to tell any of you guys what to do with your dogs. So that's where I am at as far as what I look at the future when it comes to this game. Here before we was here, we're going to be here long after we gone. So that's the way I look at the future. It's just, I don't know what the name's going to look like. I don't know what the dog's going to look like. But over time, as you notice, they do change. So that's where we're going to leave it at. Appreciate everybody coming through with them thumbs up. You know what I mean? The muscles, and especially them roses. I'm pretty sure Schoolboy appreciates it. Because again, man, that's what makes him keep doing what he's doing. mean, see him, he's willing to cross all barriers and share that knowledge. And I can't think of a better person that could sit down there and talk to them dogs like the professor do. And I always find it a pleasure that he comes through and blesses us with his knowledge. So every time you get a chance to check him out, and for those who ain't got Schoolboy's books, get up, man, look. How you not, that's like having Velvet and Steel, Richard Stratton. You need to have Schoolboy's books, man. And a big shout out, I see Fat Bill got his collection back out. They back in. How can you not have Fat Bill's books? These books are available. Again, support the men because it's their knowledge, it's their experience. They took time to create these things. Why not have it as a part of your collection? Because that's what, if you don't have nothing to do with it, make it a part of your collection. What's wrong with that? That's what I'm on. Support the old school. You know? So that goes to show you that I am not biased. I'm a true believer in anything that helps the game to be better, and all the information that these men choose to share with y'all, support them. Because once you have it, it's going to be yours. Because you don't know what it's going to look like when Bill's gone. You don't know what it's going to be like, when it's time for Schoolboy, 30 years from now. God blesses us, we'll all be living here for 30 more years. I ain't trying to be here that long. But while you have an opportunity to get these collections of books in your library, your collection, and then once you have it, just look through it, you'll be so grateful for these things. Because again, these things, like, the American Game Dog Times was in our day. I think we still have the little one, Bill's Tenor, but we used to have a whole collection. And he done summed it all up in a volume. And you get the damn USB drive with a whole bunch of information and interviews on it. That is a damn good collection right there. You need to make it a part of yours. So if you want to know how to get that, get up with Fat Bill, Fat TV. I'm pretty sure he'll be able. I've seen he got they're back out there, and you need to get that ball rolling. So again, regardless of how I feel about Fat Bill, trust me, that don't mean I can't support him as a dog man, because he's one of the best out here to do it. Just like Schoolboy. So what y'all think to say about Schoolboy? You ain't gonna find one better than that man there, because one damn thing for sure, he got some dogs. And just like everybody else that come through here, we old school now. So you should find it a blessing that they blessed you with their knowledge, and sit down and put these things together for the future. It's history being put in a book for the future. So y'all help us out there. And again, hit the damn like buttons. Don't forget to hit the like buttons. Don't forget to subscribe if you haven't already subscribed. And remember, we're going to be back here Tuesday for another hot topic, Talk Shit Tuesday. I don't know what it is, but it's going to be a hot topic because, I'm always looking to talk shit on Tuesday. But until then, everybody stay safe. And again, like I said, that New York area, nuclear fallout zone back in the day. Great dogs. Look at your pedigrees, you'll probably find a lot of these names. Regardless of what you do and how you do it, just remember to always, remember to always scratch the wind. Always. Got to get that in your life, man. Understand it. Don't talk about it. Be about it. Make it happen, Cap.
Okay.
All right, man. Let me go knock this out right quick, man.
See who
Get your dog in the day, man.
dog of the day, y'all, right here. Coming to you live. Bam! Yes, sir. Booger. Booger. Jero was doing a lot of that, cutting them ears, because a lot of his dogs had cut ears. I had the guy, pretty cuts. I used to cut people's ears, man. $100. $100.
Yeah, man. That's a bulldog right there. Bulldog.
Good producer. Dog is free. I want me a Maloney dog. Me a Maloney dog. Dog of the night right there, guys. Ain't got no teeth or nothing in it. Okay? No yellow, no Mayday. Eli. Now we just gonna do it the old school way. Reach back there, back that mind.
Yeah. I wish I could talk to that
Briorio, why can't I find Briorio's cemetery rest? I don't even know my old man Briorio's around, but you know, he had a chapter named Cemetery Rest. I was trying to find their pedigree. Maybe I'm spelling it wrong. You know, maybe it's Oreo Cemetery Rest. Anybody run across that pedigree? Shoot it up there in the inbox. Shoot it through my inbox. And mailers. Yeah, LaFons, look at them LaFons dogs too. LaFons, he was not, it wasn't just John B up in there. We got Arsenal Kennels was up in there. You know, you just can't forget LaFons, because LaFons had a lot of great dogs too. You know, Principality, they have these champions, you know, nothing great like the rest of these dogs, but, you know, because, you know, they catch them off the chain too. Hey, fuck that 8-week shit now. And develop like they doing a match, you know, 8 weeks later. So it was good. It was, you know, Bishop Brothers, they all came out that area. You know, just some pretty great dogs. Champion Ninja, old Woody Pittman, Pittman's Ninja. No, I always thought he was a champion. Maybe I missed something somewhere. But that was a pretty good dog. I know he was champion for number 2. I saw he did no practice. Oh, Jughead, he got his champion after you know, he came back out. But, you know, that was a brave move to bring him back out of dog to quit. He just got smashed, you know. But he was a badass dog. I got to say how good Jero was. Yeah, that's how good Jero was. If they knew they can go bring him back out because he wasn't a bad dog. He wasn't. Jero had all the wrong, he had all the right answers for us, but all the wrong answers for him. And he was off the the floor with all 4 feet, you do. You touch the floor with all 4 feet, it's already over. It's already over. He had his own personal AI in him. Cause he drives just like he could drive a car. You know, a car could park itself, drive all by itself. That dog had a radar around his body. He just knew where every corner of that box was. Shit that he would do was so amazing. He was an amazing little dog, though. You know, and where he got the hair riding shit from, I don't know, cause Monty D, I know one damn thing he got from him. He got that goddamn mouth. For a head dog, boy, you do not want him to bite you on your head, cause he's fucking up all our shit. He fucked up Juggy head too. I think he was biting himself. Look, he was getting what's the man too though? The one that we gave up 6 pounds with. What's that girl? Yeah. Just too much dog. That dog was just too big. He couldn't push him around like he did all the other dogs. You know, that dog was going down, maybe tired, trying to hold him out. He was fucking him up though. Guys, thank y'all for coming out here on this Friday. I hope y'all have a safe weekend. I'll see you on Talk Shit Tuesday. Enjoy the picture, man. I'm going to put this picture back up there. Y'all see how it's great. Let's go observe the dog. Andre the Road half bulldog. Yes, sir. Look at everybody else's shit at home. He does. It looks like everybody else's shit. He look like he got bullied in though. Look like he got stabbed in. I don't know them Canadians was doing something. Look how wide that dog's neck is, y'all. Look how wide that dog's neck is. Look how cross shoulder that dog was. Come on, y'all. Dog got stabbed in. Come on. I would say it. I'm probably wrong, but I'm like, if you want to look at a stab, you look at something that look like a stab. Look at that dog's body. You know what I'm saying? I know, but come on. That dog look like a little bully. See that big ass head. The thing I'm tripping on, look at his neck. Tell me that old stab neck, y'all. Look at that dog's chest. This bull's big don't be that damn big, man. They don't. Look at that big ass dog head, man. Give me an Eli dog that look like that. I'm telling you, you better be great. Give me an Eli dog look like that, I'll buy start loving black dogs. You know, I might have to go out here and start sneaking around here and see if I can find me one of these young boys who's over there in the back of the alley with an old staff. Eating up these little pits. If I see any dog running around the neighborhood looking like that one right there, I'm gonna talk to him. Y'all see the trait? Dog was not only was he a champion, he was a legendary man. Come on, guys. Take a good look at the pit. Wouldn't you want your pit to have a big ass neck like that? And shoulders, look at that cross with the shoulders. Y'all can tell me that dog, pit bull, looking like that. And damn well I'm walking down the street with that shit, y'all gonna be telling me Twin got some bullet in that shit. Twin, where you get the stab from, cuz? That dog got stabbed in it. I'm gonna have my shit ears cut and everything, looking wide as a tank. He got stabbed in it. Love y'all, man. Take care.